and gentlemen, welcome to the show. It's about that time. There's a lot that happened today. You know, I'm liking this new era of James Gunn being in charge of DC, and we haven't even seen the plan. We haven't even seen the Bible yet that they are apparently making for the DC universe. But I do like the way that he's handling some of the nonsense. We're going to talk about that tonight here in the Poindexter Lounge. I hope that you're having a wonderful week. There's a lot to be thankful for. I know I'm thankful. And some of this nonsense starts to get cleaned up. We're going to talk about it tonight. So sit back, relax. If you got a cheese stick, grab a cheese stick. I got a couple here if you need one. And a cup of coffee, because we're back at the late show here in the Poindexter Lounge. What's up? Oh, hey, what's going on here? Why isn't my camera working? Hold on a second. Hold on. Hold the phone. We are a professional show. I guarantee it. Hold on a second. What in the world? The camera's not working. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Camera incoming in 3, 2, 1. Maybe. 3, 2, 1. Hey, what's up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to the Poindexter Lounge. My name is Enosh, a.k.a. Enosh Fett, a.k.a. That Pastor, a.k.a. What else have I been called recently? A.k.a. Fat Teacher, a.k.a. You know what? You can call me whatever you want to call me. The problem is that I play the long game. So you can call me Mr. Long Game, because that's what I do, ladies and gentlemen, and that's what we've done, and we're going to have a good show tonight. Hey, if this is your first time to the lounge, just know this. Normally my camera's working when I first start, but you know, hey, stuff happens, right? And so welcome to the show. So glad to have you here. If this is your first time, just know that the Poindexter Lounge is a place for nerds. It's a place where people can get together and talk about all the things that we love, things like TV shows, movies, games, sci-fi, fantasy, comic books, superheroes, toys, and so much more. And if those things that you like, then please hit that subscribe button as well as that notification bell. Join this growing group of nerds and be a part of what we're doing here, all right? As always, we always like to also just say a special thank you to everyone who supports the channel, whether it be through the Patreon. You guys are awesome. We appreciate each and every one of you in the Patreon. And then also everyone who is a part of the membership. There's all the members. Thank you to all the members. You guys are awesome. And we're very, very grateful and thankful for all of you as your names go by there. So thank you guys. You guys are fantastic, of course. And everyone who gives super chats during the show, you guys keep the lights on. You make it available to make it possible for us to do this show. And so thank you so much. And some of you guys just want to occasionally just give directly to us through various means. And so we appreciate that. So you can go ahead and do that as well. We do have a store, and all the links are in the description below. All right. So thank you guys for all your support. You guys are awesome. And if you do that, you qualify for our giveaways. And so the giveaway that we have that we'll give away this week is the Fast and the Furious movies 1 through 7. It's in this cool little tire here. And with hearing that the next movie is already like over $300 million budget, you know, hey, it just keeps getting bigger and bigger, you know. So I hear there's going to be time travel. No, but close. But hey, if you want to be in the running for these movies, they're all on Blu-ray, and they come in this really cool tire. you can display. And if you want to be in on that, all you have to do is either be a member, be a part of the Patreon, or give a super chat at any time, and you guys are in the running for that. Also, follow us at all of our social media down below. You can find all those links down there, and we're grateful to you. Also, don't forget to go and visit our friends over at bullysticksdirect.com. That's right, bullysticksdirect.com with dog treats and chews. They are our wonderful friends and sponsors. Remember, they're all natural, preservative-free, no added hormones or antibiotics. It's a single-source supplier for quality and consistency, and they got a telephone number. Look at that, folks. A telephone number that you can call if you have questions, if you have concerns, whatever. You can actually get a hold of a real human being at Bully Sticks Direct. And so be a part of that. They got some awesome treats. My dogs love them, and you guys have seen, if you guys follow us on, if you follow me on Instagram, you know that I post all those, we post tons of dog videos on Instagram through the Poindexter Lounge because that's where we post those. But also on TikTok, I run the Bully Sticks Direct TikTok and YouTube channel, and so you can find all of our videos there. Please go follow Bully Sticks Direct on both TikTok and YouTube and Instagram. And of course, if you order from bullysticksdirect.com, you can know that you will get 10% off if you use the code Poindexter in your checkout. All right. Remember, it alleviates boredom, lessens anxiety, and you know what? They're just fun and healthy and safe. And like I said, my dogs love them, and your dogs will too. And give you a little sample. Here you go.
You gonna get up?
Oh no, thank you. I'm snoozing.
But it's 10 o'clock.
I actually don't care what time it is.
bullysticksdirect.com. Like and follow for daily doggy adventures.
I love my dogs, and I like giving them the best, and they love Bully Sticks. They love Bully Sticks so much that now they know the name Bully Sticks. So if we're like, you guys want a Bully Stick? They run to the kitchen because that's what they like. All right, let me go to the chat real quick. See how things are going in the chat. I see it looks like we already got a super chat here. Let me hit that one first. Simon Section with a $5 super chat. Thank you, sir. Says, hey, Enosh, even though there was a lack of diversity, I really enjoyed Black and White second podcast. Very insightful, very humbling. Keep surprising us. Thank you, Simon. I appreciate that. Yeah, unfortunately, well, what he's talking about there is we have a new show here on the channel that will be seen periodically. It's a podcast, and yeah, we'll be doing it as much as we can, but it is the Black and White and Red All Over podcast. And that is me and 3 other guys. And yes, it's 2 black guys and 2 white guys, 2 young guys, 2 older guys. And, we just talk about a lot of different stuff. And we got a lot of great topics that we want to get into over the course of this, show. And so, yeah. Thank you. I'm very thankful that you're enjoying that, Simon. We talk about stuff that, maybe it's not going to be nerd stuff. It's going to be different kinds of things, life stuff, real life stuff, right? And yes, there was a little bit of a lack of diversity on that show because Napoleon and Amarion could not join us for that show, but they will be back. And so thank you guys so much for that. Thank you, Simon. I appreciate the love for the show. All right, what's up, Laser Luke? What's up, my friend? Yes, boy, Sil and Mikey are so pissed. Welp, it is what it is. It is what it is. Hey, what are you going to do? Nova Joe says, I'm sure Gunn was talking about Casey Walsh. Oh, sure he was. No. What's up, Aaron? Good to see you, Aaron. What's up, Jared? Says, I got blocked by Grace Randolph. Hey, welcome to the club, my friend. What's up, RJ? Says Gunn was not talking about, he was directly replying to Geekosity article written by Mikey Sutton. No twisting anything. Mikey got called out as a liar. A liar. Hey, there's Prime. He popped in here just a few minutes ago. I don't know if he's going to pop back in. Never tag Grace Randolph with constructive criticism. In fact, she will block you people. All I do is hashtags. Grace is an idiotic feminist that lives in a delusional reality. Well, those are Prime the Godfather's words, not my own. What's up, G Sneeze? Says, do I need to go real on a comment against Grace Randolph? She hasn't blocked me yet. Boy, a lot of Grace Randolph stuff for Grace Randolph not really being part of it. What's up, Anthony? Says, what's up, Enosh? How was your night? My night was great. You know, I was going to go see Corrosion of Conformity tonight with Landon and some other friends. My friends had a couple extra tickets to go see Corrosion of Conformity here locally. And unfortunately, we got there. Usually it's okay. I mean, like Landon will be 18 in January, and usually it's fine. But for some reason, they carted us, man, right there. I mean, outside the place, dude. They met us outside, and yeah. So unfortunately, Landon wasn't able to get in. So we went and played Top Golf instead. And so we had a really good night, me and Landon. Yes, James Gunn exposing people. What's up, Fourth 1000 says, I don't care about filmmakers pushing back against nobody YouTubers. Filmmakers need to stop pushing back against their audiences. So Fourth 1000, I love you, man, but I disagree with you on this. And here's why. Because it's those supposed no-name YouTubers that are ruining fandoms, because they're putting expectations. And we're going to talk about like James Mangold, for example, who has done a fine job of pushing back. It's about time. I feel, and you know I love you, Fourth, but you know the thing is that too often you got these people like Doomcock, and you got these people like Geeks and Gamers, and you got these people like Syl and Mikey, and they're just all know-it-alls, and they just talk, and they ruin things. Look how Star Wars has been ruined so much because people just talk and give fake news about Star Wars. Look at Doomcock's nonsense. We literally have the show 2 Cents on Nonsense that we do every once in a while that talks about just that, the lies that have come out of those grifters and scoopers and people who say, well, this is happening, trying to literally instill hatred for something before it even comes out. You know, there are people right now, and this is what you got to understand about this. There are people right now, when it comes to like Indiana Jones 5, okay, for example. And look, if you didn't like Indiana Jones 4, okay, that's fine. You didn't like Indiana Jones 4. But this is a new movie, and how many movies have there been? How many series has there been where there's like one that you don't like, but then you like another one, you know, and it comes back? I mean, look at Logan, for example, right? Out of all of the X-Men movies, and there have been some dud X-Men movies, let's be honest. Look at Logan, which is heralded as just amazing, right? And awesome. And so if you would listen to these supposed no name, I get it. We say, hey, these are no name, right? These are people that don't really matter. The problem is that they matter to a large audience, and that hatred starts to grow. And then that's why in the real world, not here on Poindexter Lounge, not in, you know, on the YouTube world where we're having these conversations, but in the real world, I end up hearing from people about rumors that Doomcock started, or rumors that get started by different scoopers and things, and it taints these things before they even come out, you know. And so I love the fact that people like James Gunn say, nope, that's not happening, because they're trying to. Some people are trying to plant negativity, and some people are just trying to plant misdirection and nonsense. You know, Doomcock is literally trying to present negativity every time he possibly can to try to make people hate everything because it boosts his, you know, platform. And so it's awesome when somebody can push back and say, that's not happening in this movie. You know, I mean, they literally had all this misdirection about, you know, this and that was going to happen in this movie. You know, Indiana Jones is going to get replaced by a woman, and you know, and you know, it's going to be woke, and everything's woke from the get go. You know, so I'm glad when people set the record straight, and you can call it whatever you can call it. We can call it pushing back. We can call it whatever. I call it setting the record straight. When there are popular opinions that are negative or they are wrong. You know, I mean, in the sense that they're literally something that's not going to happen. I'm thankful for filmmakers or other people who say, you know what? No, it's not going to happen. That's not in the movie. Go watch the movie. And I think James Mangold has done a fine job of that. What's up, Integrity? Yes. Zack Snyder's Justice League 2 is inevitable. Make nerdy shows nerdy again. Well, so we're gonna talk nerdy stuff. Don't worry. It's just this is a big piece of news though today, and I think that something we got to talk about. Yes, what's up, Kinky Sphincter? What's up, Jesse Allen? What's up? What's up, Ramy? Yes, yes, Ramy Pavlik. Yes, 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 yes. What's up, Hal? Jordan says hello, everyone. I tapped Gunn's phone, and I know what's in the DC Bible. Please remember to hit like and subscribe button. Yes, 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 yes. What's up, Dad Dude Vince? Oh, is there a member chat? Okay, let me see. Hold on just a second. Let me see if I can get to this member chat here real quick, and then I want to bring just a couple people in. I don't have some large panel tonight, but I just got a couple of people because I just want to have this discussion. Let's see if it'll pull up my chat here. There it is. Oh, hey, it's Anthony Grigsby. Well, we got to bring in Anthony Grigsby's chat because he's awesome. So I'm going to pop out the chat there. Do all the stuff. Oops. And present. Oops. There we go. Bring in that window. And there it is. All right. So we've got here. Remember, chat here says, hey, Nash, hope you are well. This is a 14-month one from Anthony. Hope you are well in the family. Hi to the chat. Miss your streams, mate. Love to all of you. Well, thank you, man. I appreciate that, buddy. And I'll tell you what, I am looking to do more streams, man, and to get back on the ball with that. I know I need to. Let's see here. Real quick, I just want to make sure, go through here, see if there's anybody that I haven't said hi to. What's up, Levon? Good to see you here. What's up, Marcus? What's up, Marcus? What's up, Tony? Tony Movie Chappie D9. Neil Blomkamp fan. Good to see you here tonight. Enosh Gone Blind. What? Daredevil Oh, nice. Nice. That's funny. Good to see you, though. I don't see another member chat, though. It might be up too far there because I don't see another one. So I apologize. If anybody's got that, let me know. All right. Thank you. I appreciate that. So I'll be honest with you real quick before I bring everybody in. I have not seen Wakanda Forever. Can I just be honest with you about something? I'm gonna see it. Landon and I talked about maybe seeing it tonight, and then we decided to go do something else instead. I don't know, man. I'm just not in a hurry to see it. I'm gonna see it, but I'm just not in a hurry to see it, to be quite honest with you. What's up, Film Goblin? Yeah, it's not that I have anything against it. What's up, Cherie? Good to see you. You're welcome, Marcus. I'm glad that you really that you're enjoying that, man. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's not that I have anything against the movie. I don't have anything against the movie. But it's just not one of those movies that I'm in a hurry to just run out and see, and I know it's out there. Yeah, Hal, I'll be honest with you. I'm kind of, that's what Landon said tonight. I was really surprised. Landon was even like, yeah, Dad, I guess we'll see it, when it comes out, so, when it comes out, I'll probably try to see it in the theater, but like I said, not in a hurry right now. But when I do see it, I will let you know. Okay. Hold on a second. Let's see here. There we go. Okay. So here is this one, and then I'm going to bring everybody in, okay? So I just got a couple people. Hold on a second. Share screen. Share the screen again. So thank you to Dat Dude Vince for sharing this. This was Jared. He's got a 13-month Uber Nerd membership. Thank you, buddy. And am I sharing it? I'm not sharing it, am I? There we go. It's not setting it up right away. He says, Grace is desperate for clout. LOL. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. There it is. Yes, we got it, Jared. Thank you, bud. Appreciate you, man. What's up, Blake? Good to see you. What's up, Runak? Hey, what's going on? What's going on? Rational Skeptic is here. Says if they do Man of Steel 2, please have Superman fight his rogue gallery like Toyman or Metallo. Don't want to see him fight Amanda Waller in the government or some dumb thing like. Oh, didn't you hear? Mikey and Sil say that they have it on good authority that the script is done, bro. And I mean it's Brainiac. I mean, I'll take Brainiac, don't get me wrong, but yeah, it's a wild guess. What's up? Levon says Avatar 2 will make a lot of money. Probably, unfortunately. I did hear what happened. So I will address this. It's very sad that Jason David Frank passed away, and our condolences to his family and his loved ones, and of course all of his many fans. I've talked about a lot of times that I'm not a big. I was never a big Power Rangers fan, to be quite honest with you. Of course, that has nothing to do, though, with the respect that we give to somebody, who's passed away. And so my condolences, and I feel horrible that happened. And I feel horrible that anybody gets to that point where they feel like they have no hope, and I would just tell you all, please no. Look, nerd stuff aside, scooper stuff aside, all that stuff. Look, we're just talking about stuff. This is entertainment. But if you are going through a hard time, if you are dealing with some hard stuff, make sure that you reach out to somebody, okay? I've had many people reach out to me via Twitter. All of our social media is down there. I do what I can, to try to get back with people and everything. But there's always, suicide prevention, AFSP. All those things are there. So please don't try to tackle things by yourself. Know that you're not alone and that there is help out there if you're struggling. And so, yeah, it's very unfortunate that we lost him. And so I know that the nerd community will definitely be missing him. So, all right. Okay. So I think that's about like all the things that maybe you wanted me to cover. If you guys got questions about stuff, I know I haven't been on in a while. So if there's something that you want me to address, please make sure to get that question in, and I will try to cover that tonight so that we get a little caught up on some of our nerd news as well. But we're going to cover some stuff tonight, and we've got a couple of great guys, I think, to do the job. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen. I thought we had two pieces of music playing at the same time, but we don't. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show, Mr. RJ. What's up, RJ?
Hey, what's up, Enosh? How you doing, man?
I'm doing great today.
That's great. I'm glad to hear it.
Yeah, today's
Getting
a great
all your
day,
Thanksgiving preparations ready?
You know what? I'm really, I don't know that I'm doing much for Thanksgiving this year, bro. I think,
No?
you know what? Yeah, I think, you know what I think I'm going to do? I think I'm just going to sit around all day and watch movies, man. Maybe I'll do it. Maybe I'll do. You know what? Maybe we'll finally get back. I know Integrity would love it. Maybe I will just get back and I will do the Superman 3 and Superman 4 watch party.
Yeah.
Maybe. We'll see. All right. Also, ladies and gentlemen, making his way into the to the lounge. You got a little heated today in your little talk there, RJ.
I don't know. I don't think it got that bad, did it?
I don't know. But ladies and gentlemen, he's the prime. He's the Godfather. He's the prime of the Godfathers. Telling you to transform and roll out. Ladies and gentlemen, Prime the Godfather. What's up, Prime?
What's up, Enosh? What's up, RJ? What's up, ladies and gentlemen? How y'all doing?
Oh, man, I'm doing good, man. I'm doing really, really good. Yeah, you know what? We may make some turkey. I'm going to make a turkey probably tomorrow. But, Thursday's probably not going to be my day. That's going to be Saturday. We're having a Friendsgiving where we're having like a bunch of friends over on Saturday. And so we're going to spend that with all of our friends. Tomorrow I'm having breakfast with my sisters and so it's just going to be it's going to be kind of a different kind of it's going to be a different kind of Thanksgiving, I think. But before we jump into the scooper thing, you know what? I would like to touch on this because look, I have been very vocal that I do not like Avatar. I'm sorry that I'm kind of starting off this episode, guys, with like my negative takes on some nerd stuff. I know I'm not a Power Rangers fan. I just haven't really been excited about Wakanda Forever because I really liked the first one. And you know, I'm one of those people who are in the camp that I thought that it should have just been recast, to be honest with you.
It's
And
trash.
I
I
just,
liked it. I
you
liked
know, and I know some people like it, and some people I've heard it all over. So I know that I gotta watch it for myself to get to have my
Yeah,
own
watch it for
opinion.
yourself.
You know, because it's really divided amongst a lot of my friends, and like I said, it's not that I'm against it. I I don't know, man. I'm really torn because I really feel
It's
that
no. I would
that
say this.
yeah.
I would say this. It's nothing to rush to go see, but I would say this. You will see a lot of loopholes. A
Okay.
lot. You will see the agenda that they're trying to push in the movie, and that is the reason why I dislike it.
Okay.
And I dislike it to the point where how should I say, Disney knew what they was doing
Hmm.
when they did this, because you could tell that they had it's propaganda and an agenda all over it. It's woke as hell.
Hmm.
It's demasculated like a mug.
Hmm.
So and on top of that,
I don't know. I
and,
don't feel the same way, but
it's demasculated in a lot of ways. And then on top of that, I would say this: there's going to be one thing that's going to get you. I'm not going to spoil it, but RJ is going to. I tell RJ probably would agree is that how did they get vibranium? That's all. That's the only thing. And then you could. That's the only thing. And then that's the only thing I'm going to say. And then you can tell on what they were trying to do with Shiri. You
Okay.
can see what they did. So it
Hmm.
was just like it's a lot of stuff that didn't add up. It didn't make sense. There was,
Hmm.
it was just like what? It was like you could have it's like a lot of things that they could have did, but I get it. But some people liked it. I'm not knocking for the people that liked it. But for me, because I'm very observant and pay attention to everything, especially with dialogue and scenes and everything, the movie is messed up, and I say they really messed up on when they did something in the movie, and they
Well,
already
yeah.
greenlit a 3.
Hmm.
I'm
Well, I
good.
don't know, man. I don't know.
I'm on
Look,
like the
look.
polar complete opposite. So
Yeah, and look, I don't know, man. I know a lot of times people see woke stuff in movies that I don't see. But you know, like I'm gonna go watch it for myself, and I'll make my own. Hey, first of all, I wanna say hello to Megalodon enthusiast. Says, oh please, I don't think they liked your or they didn't like your take, but I love your name. Megalodon enthusiast. I am a shark freak, man. I love great white sharks, and I love the idea of megalodon because I'm also into crypto zoology. I love that idea that there's creatures still out there, man. So I don't know how deep you're into that, but with a name like Megalodon enthusiast, I like it.
That's
I
nice.
like it. But I will say this. So the reason why I brought that up is because it was said here by oh, where'd it go? Where'd it go? Jared says, "Hey, did you hear James Cameron say Avatar needs to reach the third or fourth best movie of all time to even break
there's an
even?"
update to that.
That's ridiculous,
Hold on
man.
though,
Of
real
what
quick.
James
There's an
Cameron's
update
thinking,
that
man.
just happened tonight.
Listen,
Real
listen,
quick.
listen. I am not an Avatar fan at all. I hate Avatar. I mean, there are very few things there are very few movies that I just hate and I don't find any redeeming quality in. Look, I love Superman 3. I love Superman 4, okay? I love I mean, my god, what else do I love that like people absolutely hate? I mean, dude, there are so many films that I just like I love Howard the Duck.
Yeah.
There's so many, but I'm sorry. Avatar to me is just look, all respect to you guys. Remember, it's the lounge. Everybody's able to have their opinion. I'm just giving you mine. I find it so pretentious. I hated it in the theater. I hated the story. The only thing cool about it was the effects, and I thought it just looked like a cartoon anyways. So I just didn't care. I don't care about a bunch of blue overgrown Smurfs with tails that both double as sex organs and things to connect with animals, and
I'm
it
with
just
you.
I'm
Not
sorry,
my
man.
thing, man.
I'm sorry,
I
and
enjoy the
and
first
and
one.
and with James Cameron coming out this week going on like, oh, I dreamed it, and
Well,
like,
yeah. Well, what I was going to say though, real quick,
I mean,
is that
whatever. I mean, if he dreamed it, he dreamed it.
well,
I
James
don't care.
Cameron,
It ain't a
he
big deal.
he just he gives no f's, right? But
Yeah.
there was an update tonight about the whole thing.
Sorry about that. I don't know.
Oh, no worries. So Variety put out an article tonight, basically going over. So Disney confirmed today that Avatar 2 will get a Chinese release date, which is
I was just about to say that.
which is
On the 16th. Yeah.
budget for the movie falls somewhere between 300 to 400 million. So it does not need to make 2 billion to break even. If it makes $1 billion, it'll be fine. So
Now, good thing you said that, because the thing that was outlandish and completely ludicrous. He said in the article that it need to make 2 billion to break even. First of all, whoever wrote that, if James Cameron said that himself verbatim, he must have been high.
I think he was just guessing. He was just guessing, just be like, I have no clue. It was expensive.
Well, put it like this.
But that's not something you guess about, man. That's a number that you put out there that like people are gonna latch onto, and you know that people are gonna report on that. You know what I mean? You know that people are gonna.
it's ridiculous, because
when you're like, it's got to make 2 billion to like break even.
You know what it probably was? It was probably him being like, "Go see the movie."
Right.
Like, hey, if you
but
really
then, when you think about it, let's just say hypothetically, if it was out like that, because no studio is going to greenlight a movie where the budget is going to be $1.1 billion. I did the math.
Right. No. That was
that's just crazy.
Well, he said, like, I think he said whoever approved his budget had to be like the worst business person ever, because he said like they gave me so much money for these movies.
Is that supposed to make me feel better?
No, that's what I'm saying. It's like, I mean, don't get me wrong. The movie looks fantastic.
Oh, it looks
visually.
Amazing.
Yeah. It looks amazing. But let's look at it like this, though. If you want to get realistic, I'll say this. The movie is going to do fantastic overseas. I don't think it's going to do very well in the States. Okay, that's just my personal opinion.
Here's the question: does anybody even care about Avatar anymore?
Well, the box office tracking domestically has it for about like a $160 to $180 million opening weekend, which is like almost double. It's more than double the original film. So
you know what? I'm a backtrack that back. You right, RJ, because there was, I can't pronounce the gentleman's name, but he works for AMC. And he had put a tweet, and Elon Musk had replied to it. But once it was like something with a Twitter test or something like that. But anyway, to get to the point of it with the test, once he put out the advertisement of Avatar at his theater, the theater sold out in a matter of under 24 hours for Avatar. So the theater sold out immediately. So it's like to full capacity. What did he say? It was like 20 theaters or something like that. So just off of one tweet, just in a matter, just like that, all the theaters sold out for Avatar. So I was like, okay, it was something because of the power of social media and stuff like that and do it. But the numbers were actually there. I said, okay, cool. But just me personally, okay, I know that overseas is going to do well. China is going to do well, because people got to realize this is the first Disney property that's been in China since 2019. They're not messing with anything Disney no more. So if it so happened to make a lot of money in China to start off, that's great for them. I'll project it. I might be going on a limb. I might be a little bit off, but I will not be surprised if this movie makes $1 billion. A lot of people think it's going to flop, but I think it will make $1 billion. It's not going to make as much as the first one. Oh, hell no. But it's, because at that time, it was a phenomena at that time. Like, when did Avatar come out, Enosh? You remember? Was it like 2000?
It was December 2009.
2009, okay.
Yeah.
So when you think about it at that time, damn, that was a while ago. That was, 12 years ago? So, no.
Long time, man.
Yeah, 12, yeah. So at that time, just for what it was given, it was just a phenomenon at that time. So, but I will give it the benefit of the doubt for it to make $1 billion or damn near close, because it ain't making what the first one made. So with it having a China release, that's a good jump start alongside domestically. So we'll see how it goes. I'm not in
Yeah.
a rush to go see
By
it.
the way, I wanted to say this because this kind of ties into the main topic, but don't forget too, this Friday, the Guardians of the Galaxy holiday special release on Disney Plus, and I'm so excited for that
Mm-hmm.
because it looks awesome. Getting good reviews too, so I'm very
Grace
interested.
Randolph liked it.
She did, and she never likes James Gunn stuff, which I don't know.
Well, you know, we're going to talk about that too. Oh, a second. I realized that I did. Okay, so yeah, so that's kind of where I'm at on some of that stuff. You know, I get it.
Oh, Andor finale tonight too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? That one actually brought me back around. I'll be honest with you. I really didn't like it at first.
Picked up.
But the end does pick up, and so I'm sure that I've let people know, what I feel about it. But yeah, I'm good with it. I can't think of anything else that's going on right now. Is there anything else that's in the news?
I can look. I can do a quick search. Oh, Indiana Jones 5. All the details.
Oh yeah, well, so yeah, we're gonna touch on Indiana Jones 5 a little bit, but yes, Indiana Jones 5. Lot of pictures came out this week, and that was cool.
More interviews about the movie and what's gonna have in it and all that good stuff.
And what it's not gonna have in it.
Yeah, I mean, I will say though, we'll get to it later, but I do think time travel is the MacGuffin. I still think it is. I could be wrong. We're gonna find out in a couple days when more stuff from the Empire article comes out, but
yeah,
I don't know. I don't know.
I know Star Wars fans is happy though. I'll tell you that. A lot of Star Wars fans are very, very happy.
Oh yeah, I forgot, Enosh. You're gonna love this. Apparently, Kathleen Kennedy actually may really, really, really this time be gone from Disney for good.
Yeah, okay, but you know what? Here's the thing. That
it's like the weather. You just keep saying it's gonna rain today, and then maybe it will happen eventually.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't mean a thing. It really doesn't mean a thing, because
the damage is done. What you saying?
Oh, I think he froze.
He froze. Yeah, he'll be back.
Yeah, he got frozen in time. He got frozen in time.
But I'm not gonna. I think this is what he was about to say.
You won't hear any. You won't hear. Yeah. You won't hear any complaints from me about Kathleen Kennedy. I have never had a complaint about Kathleen Kennedy. I have enjoyed what Kathleen Kennedy has done. I enjoy her. I don't think that she is deserving of all the hate that she has gotten over the last few years. And again, like RJ just said, look, if you keep saying it's gonna rain, eventually it's gonna rain. I mean, like, everybody's like, oh, she's gonna be gone. She's got fired. She's fired.
Well,
she's
also
fired,
too,
she's
let's
fired.
be fair. It also, like, her contract's up in a couple years anyway. It makes sense if she's going to leave after the Jets 5. It's not like
I mean, so look,
pretty easy
Chapek's
prediction to make.
gone. Chapek's
That's
gone.
what I was going to mention too. Yeah, Iger came back, which was shocking. Like, it shocked the whole industry that he came back.
Yeah, that is a big shock. I mean, Mike, what is Mike Zero going to do? Chapek was his new, like, go-to guy, man. Like, you know.
Well, also too, remember, Enosh, don't forget too. Everyone said that Chapek was going to what was it? He's going to save Disney from the woke. Or what was it that Doomcock said, that he was he's the puppet of Susan Arnold, and Susan Arnold is the true mastermind behind Disney or whatever.
I'm sorry, man. You know what? No, I just don't I don't buy it. I mean, like, if she's gone, she's gone. But you know, the thing is that I think she's done a fine job with what she's done. She's not in there writing scripts like everybody acts like she's in there, like, writing scripts and you know, like she's personally responsible for every little thing that happens, you know, with Star Wars. She's just not. That's just not how it works. So People just don't know how movies are made and how TV shows are made, and then they want somebody like Dave Filoni. People, when I see people going on about we want Dave Filoni to take over, it's like, no, he's a creative. You want him to be making Star Wars. You don't, same thing with Jon Favreau. You want those guys to be making shows and movies. You don't want them to be running Lucasfilm. Like,
well,
people
unless
don't
they
understand,
do it
like,
like
running
it's like
Lucasfilm. Running Lucasfilm is different than making the stuff. You know what I mean? And I don't think I'm not sure.
Unless they do like a James Gunn, Peter
I know.
Safran thing, where it's
I
like,
know.
yeah,
Now we got
running
that.
it.
And people are going to use that as a dude. Okay, listen. Fourth, I love you, but you hit on two things tonight that I just don't that I just don't agree with. I just don't agree with. She didn't destroy the franchise, dude. Star Wars is bigger than ever.
Well, we have Mandalorian.
I mean, yeah, but here's the thing: it's Star Wars. You can't. When people are like, "Well, I didn't like this movie, so it's destroyed." No, it's not. It's not destroyed because you didn't like Rise of Skywalker. I didn't like Rise of Skywalker. But you know what? It's not destroyed. It's literally stronger than ever. Like, we literally have a slew of shows and like, we don't really have much on the movie aspect of it,
which is
now.
her biggest failure, if we have to point.
That's
but
that's
is that
what
a failure though? Is that a failure? She's put out 4 movies, or excuse me, 5 movies, right? 5 movies, and since she took over, and in the last 7 years, 5 movies in the last 7 years, they've. Solo was mishandled on a lot of other bases, but also fans. I'm going to be honest with you. They
boycotted.
I laid that at the feet of the fans. The crap that happened to Solo, because Solo did not deserve that, and just because a bunch of butthurt fans didn't like Rise of Sky or The Last Jedi. They got all butthurt and they were just like, oh, we're gonna boycott Solo. Well, you know what? Now I've heard from so many people over the last few years who finally watched Solo and they're like, gosh, I wish I would have seen it in the theaters. Well, that's your fault.
Because Solo was not a bad movie at all.
No, that's your fault. That's your fault.
Well, what I'll say though is that.
But hold on, because Solo was a good movie. There are a lot of people who feel like Rogue One was one of the best Star Wars movies they'd ever seen, right? And they love Rogue One. Now, it's not my favorite Star Wars movie, but you know what? I get it. I understand why there's people who like it, and they got something that they wanted out of it. I thought The Force Awakens was a very strong, great Star Wars movie. To me personally, The Last Jedi is one of the best Star Wars movies. To me, it's number 2. Okay?
I gotta rewatch him.
Empire will always be number 1, but I always tell anybody who ever wants to come at me for Last Jedi, if you study the lore of Star Wars, if you study Empire Strikes Back, which is considered to be the best, most people you ask will say that Empire is the best Star Wars movie. And for me, it's my. I know I know that there's the anomalies. I know that there's people who will be like, I like this one better, and that's fine. That's fine. But I love Star Wars. I just love Star Wars. And if you literally just get over the little nitpick things like, that I have to, like there's too many jokes in it a little bit, and the Canto Bite thing should have been handled differently, and I believe it should have been Lando because DJ was a wasted character, and I get all of that. I understand all of that. But if you can get past your little nitpicks of the movie, you'll understand that there are so many great things. People complain about, well, the Force Ghost is able to hit Luke and deal with the physical. Well, I don't know. I mean, Obi-Wan was sitting on tree stumps. So he was interacting with the physical too. I mean, at that point, then like, what are we going to say, that if we ever see anything new from the Force in a movie, like, oh, you can't do that? I mean, like, oh, that's like going to watch, Return of the Jedi and saying, well, the Emperor, we've never seen. First of all, they never even said that the Emperor had the Force. How is it that they're doing that? And like, oh my gosh, we've never seen anybody use Force lightning. So how can you use Force lightning? You can't do that. And then the complaints about Luke. And I'll just say this, and then because I've said it enough and I've spoken my piece about this many times, but if you're new to the channel, you need to hear my opinion. The point is, if you're sitting there going, "Well, Luke Skywalker is my hero, and they did him dirty," no, they didn't. And all this hyperbole about Mark Hamill hating the character. No, he had issues with it because yes, he was as surprised as everyone else that Luke would have been where he was. But the reality is it made absolute sense that Luke was where he was when the whole thing came down, because his masters, when every one of his masters had failed, they went into seclusion, they doubted themselves, they went into depression. So did Luke. And you can't sit there and tell me, but Luke was so optimistic and wanted to save his dad. I get that, but here's the thing. People go through things in their life and it changes. And Luke, every single time, Luke's family or friends were in danger or something was going to happen to them, he would take matters into his own hand, and he didn't care the consequences, and he threw caution to the wind, and that is his personality. That's what he did in Empire. He did it in Jedi. I mean, he literally went to the dark side for a half a second there because he fought Vader using the dark side, using his anger, doing exactly what Yoda and Obi-Wan told him not to do, and what the Emperor and Vader were tempting him to do. So the thing is like, that makes complete sense that Luke would have a moment of lapse of reason right there for just a moment, and then deal with it. But then also, you got to remember that when we see Kylo Ren, when we see the story of what Luke actually did, we see it from two sides. We'd never seen that before in a Star Wars movie, where it's a flashback. And the thing is that in one flashback, you got Kylo Ren's story, and in that, Luke is this murderous, crazed guy with a look in his eyes like he's just going to murder Ben. That's not real. That's not real. That is a narrative of a young man who's twisted by the dark side, who's telling this story. And then you have Luke's story, where Luke is feeling conflicted, and he sees the future. He has a vision of the future, just like he did in Empire about his friends at Cloud City. And he sees this future that billions of people are gonna die. His friends are gonna die. His friend Han is going to die. He sees this vision of all the destruction that Ben is going to cause, and he thinks for a moment, I can end this, and then he realizes better of it, but it's too late. And it's a great narrative for the fact that we all make mistakes. I don't care if you're Luke Skywalker or anybody else. We all make mistakes. And
yeah, because he was conflicted because it was his nephew.
Yes.
Yeah.
But anyways, right. Yeah, that's my
yeah. Well, I just want to say about like the Kathleen Kennedy thing. The only reason I say like the movie situation is somewhat of a failure is that originally they were only supposed to take a 2-year break, a 3-year break.
I don't see that there's a problem though with that there's a break after the.
Well,
after
no. We'll explain that.
No, I was answering Jason. He's here. Yeah.
Oh, okay. The thing is that because Rogue Squadron has fallen apart as a project, the Taika Waititi movie's in limbo. We have no clue what the Kevin Feige movie's doing.
Sure.
Star Wars theatrically is in disarray, and we have no clue when they're coming back. They were supposed to be back already, but now we have no clue. And like they're apparently internally panicking and don't know what to do theatrically. Like they're scrambling right now, and like they've been announcing so many movies with all these different writers and producers working on them. They're getting canceled, or they're just in limbo, sitting there, just like, what are we doing? Right.
Well,
so that like
with all respect, Fourth 1,000 here with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Fourth. Says I disagree, and that's fine. You can disagree. That's what this place is about. It's about having nerd talks, man, and we can disagree all day, but I still love you. You know what? Hold on. I'll just ask. Hold on. It says Fourth 1,000. Magic 8 Ball. Remember, if you give a super chat, you get access to the Magic 8 Ball. If you join any of the things you can ask the Magic 8 Ball questions. So Fourth 1,000. I'm going to ask here, Magic 8 Ball, is Fourth 1,000 wrong? that Star Wars is damaged. Okay, I'll ask this. Magic 8 Ball, is Star Wars damaged?
Shoot, from all the people that I know that love Star Wars like that, they say yes.
Well, the Magic 8 Ball says yes. So obviously the Magic 8 Ball is a Doomcock lover. But no, Fourth says, I disagree. Cranking out that much Star Wars lowered the brand. It's so damaged now. Disney needs to just sell it off to like FX or something. Dude, Dude, come on, man.
I'll put,
Look, they're telling a
I'll-
story. All of us who grew up, man, reading the Thrawn books and everything, dude, we should be excited because that's where they're going. Like, give them time.
I didn't read the books, so I
Just
can't.
give them time, man. I love that series, man. I love Legends. That's why when people come at me and they're like, "Well, Enosh, you just don't understand because they've destroyed Legends." No, I do understand because I loved that. You don't get it, man. I loved it. I just don't see negativity like that,
I
man.
think I would say this. I think that a lot of people, because there's so much source material for Star Wars, because a lot of people trying to tell me that goes if they start doing stuff with the actual Republic, or they start really going into what is that thing with the dark side, and they start going a little bit more further into it, and they can do stories of that magnitude, but they say those stories are so mature, Disney is not going to really do those. I was like, well, if they're going to really get Star Wars people back, see, I haven't read the books, so I can't relate to it. I'm strictly movies with Star Wars, so I can't really say anything on it. Now, the only thing outside of the movies about Star Wars that I do know is the games. I played the games, so that's the only other source material if they can go with from that, But other than that, I'm just going by people that I know that are diehard Star Wars fans like that, and they read the books and they've given me bits and pieces, on what they believe and what the direction they could go. I don't, again, like I said, I haven't read the book, so it is what it is. But they say it's so much source material that they can go by. But just the thing, now since
But they are. See,
but they are okay.
See,
okay.
Here's the thing. People keep missing this. Everybody's like, well, there's all this source material. And like they're destroyed it all. No. Disney gave themselves a clean slate so that they could go back in and fill in those stories and tell those stories, because you couldn't do an episode 7 that took place 5 years after Return of the Jedi.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you couldn't do that.
No,
that wouldn't make any sense. I mean, look, everybody was old, man. You could do all the de-aging in the world, and you weren't going to get Carrie Fisher any younger than like what they got her. And I love Carrie Fisher, but I mean, I'm just being honest here, So, like I said, but they've introduced characters that were in those books, like Thrawn. I guarantee you Mara Jade's coming back. You guys can all just pretty much count on that. And there's just other things that they brought back. Mount Tantus, which is directly from Legends, where the Emperor had hidden things and stuff like that. And that's the story that they're telling now with the Ahsoka show coming. I don't know, guys. You know what? This isn't about Star Wars tonight, but I'm just telling you.
We got into Star Wars.
I'm just telling you, man. Because everybody knows you get me started about Star Wars, and I'm gonna go off about Star Wars because I love Star Wars, man. Star Wars is my love. But hey, we'll get to some. Maybe we'll talk about some stuff later. Maybe we'll do some call-ins later. I don't know. But ladies and gentlemen, all the way from Australia, from the land down under, he's a great artist. He doesn't say much on the streams. He was guilty one of the first times, playing some dirty stuff in the background. Almost got me, demonetized. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stream tonight. Draga. What's up, Draga?
Hey, Enosh, hey, Brian, hey, RJ, how we all doing?
I barely hear you.
Oh, yeah, sorry. How we all doing tonight?
I'm doing good, man.
Doing
Yeah,
good.
that's good.
Doing good. Just chilling.
Doing
You
good.
got the daylight over there.
Yeah,
You
it's
ain't beyond it.
about 5:12 p.m.
Oh, you love
Okay,
it.
this is the last thing I'm going to say about this.
He had no choice. He got a lot of hate.
Hold on.
He got a lot of cake. He got a lot of.
This is the I promise this is the last thing I'm going to say about this. George Lucas, everybody who's at Kathleen Kennedy right now, George Lucas had got so much hate they made a movie about it called The People versus George Lucas. It's a real documentary. If you haven't seen it, for real, dude. It's a real documentary. It's huge. It's called The People versus George Lucas. People hated George. People were after the prequel trilogy. People were saying that George had ruined their childhood. That using the R word that he had done supposedly to their childhood. I mean, South Park even did a parody of it with him, with Lucas and Spielberg taking Indiana Jones and putting him on a pinball machine and recreating the R scene from, what was that movie? what's her name? I mean, dude, people hated George. And George said, I can't
wow.
please these fans. George understood it. He said, I can't please these fans. I can't please everybody because they don't like what I'm doing. And Cylon is absolutely right. George Lucas picked Kathleen Kennedy. Well, she betrayed him.
Yeah, I do know
Bullshit.
that. Yeah, I do know that.
Bullshit.
Yeah.
She did not betray him. He picked her for a specific reason because he liked her. You're going to tell me that he didn't know where they were going? And here's the thing. A lot of the stuff that ended up in that prequel trilogy or that sequel trilogy came from George. Things like Luke being a hermit and having, so people are like, Luke would never do that. Bullcrap. That's exactly what George was going to do. You were going to have you were going to have a Rey type character, except for she was going to be named Kira. It's the exact same freaking character in George's story, except for she's named Kira. So don't give me all this like George would have done it better. George shouldn't have, because that's not true. Plus, George was going to have a bunch of 12 and 13-year-olds in it and then tell a story about the midichlorians and even go a little deeper. Everybody hated the midichlorians. Everybody acts like, everybody acts like 1999 to 2005 didn't happen. We all look back on it because all those kids got older and all those kids now, they grew up with the prequel trilogy, and so they love it because they grew up with it, which I tell you right now, skip 10 years from now, 15 years from now, all those kids that grew up with the sequel trilogy are going to be telling you the exact same thing. Star Wars is not one thing, folks.
I agree.
Like the Star Wars that you like, but don't use hyperbole and act like Star Wars is ruined if it's not the thing that you like. Okay, when Andor came out and those first 5 episodes, man, were drier than sandpaper in the
but
desert.
I liked it. But I liked it.
Somebody loved it. Somebody
liked
loved it. I didn't, but somebody did. But you know what? I did. You didn't see me getting on here and going off on or whatever. I just said, hey, you know what? If you like it, awesome. Sinise, listen, man. I know they didn't use all of George's notes. Yeah. Nobody said they used all of George's notes, Sinise, and I say that because me and him talk. Listen, nobody said that. Did I say that? No.
No.
I'm going to fight you, man. I'm going to fight you.
No, you
I'm gonna
did
fight
not.
you. This is Star Wars, man. It's the most passionate thing that I am. This and Superman, man. You come at me with either one of those things. No, I'm messing with you. But here's the thing. No, I know he didn't use all of them. I know he didn't use all. They didn't use all of them, but they used a lot of it. Okay, and you know what's you know what the funny thing is? I'm glad you're laughing, man, because I'm being sarcastic. But here's the thing. You know what they did use? All of the things that the fanboys hate.
I like that.
So I'm sorry, but not sorry at the same time. So there you go. Now, Kathleen Kennedy was handpicked by George Lucas. Did she betrayed?
Yeah, I just found that out.
You know what? If anything that we're talking about tonight, because this, you know what, this is a great transition. Because here's the thing, you fanboys out there act like there's like Melrose Place freaking drama going on in all of these situations that people are betrayed. You guys act like it's a freaking soap opera going on behind the scenes, everything. She betrayed George Lucas. Oh my God, James Gunn is betraying his friends. And you know what? Great transition, because guess what we're going to talk about? We're going to talk about James Gunn. Mr. Gunn here, because all these people crying and complaining about James Gunn because they don't like James Gunn. And check this guy out right here. Oh, hold on a second. Let me pull it up here. I hate StreamYard these days because it doesn't pull it right up. Yeah, take a look at this tweet right here. Okay, so we got some person named Mixa, whatever, a bunch of stuff, toxic, Snyder Knight, whatever. Of course they're toxic. Says, what's with this bromance, David? Talking to David Ayer because we all want the Ayer cut, and I agree. I want the Ayer cut too. By the way, what's happening over here on Twitter? If you look over here, you got Lakers at Suns, Avatar, The Way of the Water, Lucasfilm, Denzel Washington, Chris Evans. Oh, where'd it go? Where'd it go? There was another one that I had. Oh, you know what? There's another one that's for some reason trending in the United States right now is the term erection. I don't know
Well,
why.
there's something in Australia, there's something in Australia trending called cum dog. I don't even know what that is about.
Yeah, I have no idea why erection is trending right now on Twitter.
I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
I don't really want to know either. Okay, so back to this. Where to go? Okay, you guys see that? Okay, so
These
what we
trolls
did?
be killing me,
So everybody wants the Ayer cut, right? But the thing is, when you try to tell people David Ayer and James and James Gunn are friends.
Yep.
They are literally friends. If you can't tell that from their Twitter exchanges alone, I don't know what to tell you, because they're friends. They like each other. Like, literally, David Ayer did not have a problem with James Gunn's Suicide Squad, and James Gunn was not trying to show up David Ayer. People literally, you know what? They went after him. I mean, RJ, how many people did we see go after James Gunn with all this nonsense about how like James Gunn should just not do the movie because it's disrespectful to David Ayer to even do a sequel.
Yeah,
to even
that.
do
Not
a
like
sequel.
David Ayer invented the Suicide Squad.
Well, I remember too. Do you remember this? Way back in 2021, people got really mad at David Ayer and said he was a scumbag for not doing the trending event the same day of the Suicide Squad release date. He said, "Don't do that. That's James Gunn's day, not ours."
Oh
my
god.
Yeah, if he's telling you that, then fans should listen to him. You want to listen to anyone else? Listen to him. But
it's crazy on how these idiots and morons be thinking, man, because they just don't know the industry, and they just thinking that they know this. It's like James Gunn is friends. Put it like this. How can I put it like this? For the weirdos that think James Gunn is just it alone, the individuals that they don't like, he's friends with.
I know.
So
is Zach.
That's what I'm saying. The people that they don't like, he's friends with. He's not friends. He's close friends with them. So this is not. I'm like, y'all got another thing coming.
Now, Integrity says, guys, if you cancel your Twitter, this drama poof goes away. That's another thing. Everybody with the Y2K crap this week, Twitter's going to blow up.
Eli been clowning everybody.
Twitter's going to go away. Let me tell you something. Can I tell you guys how the real world works? If you don't go to work.
I know you going to say that. You don't go to work.
If you don't go to work tomorrow, see how long it takes them to replace you. Oh, I run this place, man. They can't do none of this without me. I'll leave. Well, I'll just walk out. And guess what? Somebody will walk in the other door.
That is true.
Everyone is replaceable.
Yeah.
Including Twitter people.
Well, I think he was referring to like drama online and movie fandom, but
I'm just telling you, it's nonsense. Like,
right.
Twitter's gonna go up, everything's gonna go away, blah 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 blah.
And for the people that has not been following Elon Musk, he been trolling these fools for the whole time. I
did Integrity. I took it. It is a good line. I did, because I watched Melrose Place, dude. There's two times in Melrose Place that things got really crazy. When they blew up the apartment building. They blew up the entire apartment building, and everybody will always remember when what's-her-name died, and then she came back. We thought she was dead because she got in a car wreck, and then all of a sudden, like, she came back and tried to seduce the one dude, and then pulled off the wig, and there was that big gash on the side of her head, and we were all like, yeah, there's some Melrose Place stuff right there. But are you joking, Forth? Are you joking, Forth? Because listen, man, the term the Batman has been around forever.
I guess he's never heard of the TV show.
Look, Batman Gate is bullshit.
Oh yeah, anyone propping that up is just ridiculous.
Have you guys seen Chris Wozniak's YouTube channel? Like, there's a freaking disgusting.
Oh yeah,
I have had Chris Wozniak in my DMs, dude. Like, I swear to God, man, that dude. You know what? I thought about having him on at one point, and you know what? No, it's not even worth it, dude.
You
That
talking
that
about the
dude.
dude that filed the lawsuit?
Yeah, it's nonsense, dude. It's so stupid. It's just whatever, man.
He invented Batman, like I guess.
Yeah, well,
Whatever.
he just starts talking, and then it's like he makes it sound like he invented Harley Quinn, and like, oh, my story had the Riddler in it. Nobody else could ever do something that had the Riddler in it.
Yeah, and like
what?
Jim Gordon's the only non-corrupt police officer. Okay.
Yeah, right. Like there hasn't been another Batman story where James
Now,
Gordon
like
isn't
I
the
do
only.
think now there were some things that may have been taken out, like because that happens all the time. Like Spider-Man having organic webs was James Cameron's thing, so and that was in the Raimi thing. But like I do. I may think there was a little bit, but like not too much because like
I don't even think it's that. I just think like this is something called a coincidence, and I think some people exploit that for financial gain.
Yep.
And I think Wozniak knew, I can make a lot of money off of this and get attention towards my comic book, a really creepy, pervy comic book. So let me jump on this.
Yeah, like I'm gonna.
You know what too? This idea that like there's not going to be 4 Batman characters. I like that. I'm so glad. Like, why are we griping about the fact that like people, the people that are running this stuff are like actually communicating with us now? I think that's great. Like,
I
like
don't know.
James Gunn literally came out and was like, "Hey, what characters would you guys like to see that you haven't seen?"
Yeah, I think that's like better than anything.
Well, I
don't
literally
think
saw
Kevin Feige ever did that. I don't think not even the old regime ever did that.
No, the old regime would never do that. That's why with social media and with him being an executive and him being so transparent, that's why it's with him being so transparent. That's why I told everybody you have a pipeline to him.
Yeah.
So wants to,
and he's answering people.
Yes, he's actually answering people.
Yeah, so let's get that. Okay, so let's read this. It says, "What with this bromance, David? Is he going to release your cut, or do you still want it?" Like, because here's the thing. I hate this freaking fandom, man. I swear to God, because you breathe funny and they turn on you. Okay, they literally turn on you. And here is your warning, Syl, Mikey, the Zods of the world, everybody else in this whole freaking thing. Okay, yeah, you know what, Zod, put out that book because somebody's gonna have a problem with something in your book and they're gonna hate you for it. Because then they're gonna tweet about it, and then the whole freaking fandom's gonna take you the wrong way, and they're gonna literally, because anything that I've seen anybody do in the Snyder fandom gets literally twisted, turned around the wrong way. People start talking for Zack because, like, I can see it now. Zod's gonna put the freaking book out. Somebody's gonna have a problem with it because Zod's like, this is the real story of what happened in the Snyder Cut movement. Okay, and then somehow the restore the Snyderverse movement, which is like still a thing. It's not done yet. But okay, you know, but I forget. I'm sorry that he has reported 4 times that it was restored already. But listen.
Yeah.
Okay, no, somebody's going to have a problem with something in the book, right? And then they're going to twist it, and they're going to make it out to be something that you didn't say, and you're going to try to explain yourself, and nobody's going to accept that, and then they're going to turn on you, and they're going to kick you out. And you know what? And then the people that you thought were your friends, they're literally going to they're not going to stand up for you. And you know what? That's called karma.
Damn right.
And I'm a Christian, but you know what? I do believe that what you do comes back to you. And so, you know what? I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. I'm so sick of watching this fandom just freaking eat itself, and people act like they know, you know, David Ayer, you know, like and the second David Ayer does something that they don't like, all of a sudden, do you not want it? Is he gonna release your cut? Or, you know, like if James Gunn doesn't release the cut, like he's just an evil person. He's an evil human being.
The bad thing about this whole thing pertaining to the Ayer cut, because we know it's going to get released, but I got a lot of these idiots and weirdos who have no idea about the business side on how it can actually be released. And what I explained to people was this: you could tell James Gunn, will he release it? But James Gunn doesn't have the word to release it, because people don't understand the rights don't understand how the rights go when it come down to films.
Yeah.
If it was a DC Studios film, then James Gunn can personally himself be like, you know what? I'm going to green like this. I'll go ahead and get the okay from David Zaslav. It doesn't go like that with that movie. For example, just to make it quick, the Joker 2 and the Batman 2, those are not DC Studio properties. They're not going to be from DC Studios. They're going to be from Warner Brothers. It's the same thing with Shazam. So I tried to explain to people is that the Suicide Squad movie is a Warner Brothers title. It's not a DC Studios title. DC Studios was just constructed. Understand what the rights are. So for the Ayer Cut to get released, it's all going to be decided by DeLuca and Abney because they are chairman and the heads of Warner Brothers Pictures and Warner Brothers Home Entertainment. They are the ones that's going to make the call, not James Gunn. Now, I mean, James Gunn can actually put the word in because he is an executive and a person that's on the actual board. Yes, now. But the main people at Warner Brothers are them two, plus David Zaslav. So I believe they'll do the right thing. So for the people that don't know, if you don't believe me, go ahead, do your research, look it up. That's all you need to do. It's not that hard. The only two people that can greenlight it is Abney and DeLuca. That's it. James Gunn ain't got nothing to do with it. So people need to understand that. And people saying, well, you don't know what you're talking about. And people cussing me. I'm like, dude, I know business. I know how this works.
I know, man. Okay, so this person again says, "Do you still want it? We are hashtagging like crazy, but you gone silent." Like, first of all, it's not even a sentence. We are hashtagging like crazy, but you gone silent. ... Should we stop or question mark? And David Ayer's like, he's always been a good guy. He's been incredibly respectful to me, meaning James Gunn. As far as my cut, of course I want it seen. And I believe there's a real shot at it. It just won't be tomorrow. It's like all these people were like, oh my gosh, the sky is falling. Henry Cavill doesn't have a deal. We're not going to get a Superman movie now. Oh my gosh, didn't you see? I mean, it's been a whole 2 weeks and we still haven't gotten a release date yet. For God's sake, they don't have a writer. They don't have a director. They don't have a plan for it. Shut the hell
But you know,
up.
we already know they have a script and they started the music. Come on now. Don't forget.
They don't have
anything.
Anything is. There is nothing is done. The only two individuals that know what the plan is Gunn, is James and Peter. That's it. There is nobody else that knows what's going on. They're the only two. And the thing about it is that the only thing outside of that plan, the only thing that everybody does know is the 4 movies that's going to be coming out next year for DC. That's the only thing you know. Anything else, don't nobody know jack crap. Everything was all speculation or made up.
Right.
That's it.
Right.
So
and we're gonna get into that. I will address this real quick. Integrity 101. Because I appreciate you, man. It says I like Zod Rider and I like Enosh. It seems odd to me that Enosh and Zod are feuding or whatever. We're not feuding. I'm not feuding with Zod. From the outside looking in, it sure looks like you guys could squash any beef pretty quick.
I think this is beyond squashing.
So here, no, it's not. No, it's not. Here's the thing. I don't have a problem with Zod. I literally don't have a problem with Zod, except for I do have a problem with the fact that I feel like my friend Zod, I feel like he's insecure and he's looking for friends. And unfortunately, he's latched himself on to every person who spends some attention on him. And look at what was said in some of these streams and stuff. Like, we're a family. We're a family. Look at us. We're growing our channels organically and we're doing all this stuff, right? Like, okay, look, that's great. That's great. Except for it's all based on nonsense. Everybody's just like blowing smoke at each other. Okay, so it doesn't matter if there's a bunch of people there, if it's nonsense. And my problem with Zod is nothing more than when somebody says they're your friend, and it appears that they're two-faced because they stand up with people who literally speak horribly about you and throw you under the bus and try to cause you problems both in your real life and in your professional life and in your YouTube life and all these things and attacks and all these things. And you guys have seen some of the attacks that I've gone through over the last year, being called, all kinds of stuff, being just overwhelmed with social media posts and people coming at me on my Facebook page, on my Twitter page, on everything, here in the chat trying to take stuff over. And when you associate with those people, you just tell me you're not my friend. You're not really my friend, and you only call me your friend when I tell you the things that you want to hear. So I don't know what to tell those people. Integrity. I'm sorry when people don't want to have
Common
just
sense.
a normal conversation. I'm sorry that any kind of opposing viewpoint ticks them off. But it is what it is. Now back to this real quick, because again, David Ayer is just like, look, of course I want to see it. It's just not going to happen tomorrow. Just like the Superman deal is not going to happen tomorrow. And this goes back to the lies of these scoopers that say, well, no, the Superman, they already have the music picked out. Bull crap.
They already know who the villain is.
We know who the villain is. We got all this information on it.
Like when I see people saying, "Oh, they need to make the Batfleck movie now," I'm like, "No, that's not how it works."
No,
it wouldn't make any sense.
Ben Affleck already signed a 3-picture deal for a trilogy and a trilogy.
I swear I'm going to write a parody of the song Signs. You remember the song Signs? Signs everywhere, right? I'm going to write scoops everywhere, scoop. Like it just everywhere somebody's getting duped. Like it's just hey, and the scoopers say Ben Affleck just signed a 3-picture deal.
No,
but then I really looked into it and saw that it wasn't real. Like it's just it and people who are just like, make it now. No, you don't want them to make it now. That's why I appreciate actually James Gunn saying, we are writing the Bible on what the future of the DC universe is going to look like on film, movies, comics, and TV shows. Why can't you guys be patient? You know what? It just drives me nuts that fans, why are we nerds like so just we throw common sense out the window. We act like, hey, Superman just came back in Black Adam. It was literally a thing that happened in the beginning of September, not October or not August, like Sil and Mikey try to tell you. Like everybody, they tell you when it's happening, and then these scoopers try to say, well, no, the people who were actually there and part of it are not telling you the truth.
Sil's doing this with The Flash too, because the Moose Shadies came out and said the film's picture locked, but now just a couple of days ago say no, it's not picture locked. They're still doing reshoots and reworking aspects of the film right now. So it's like, who am I going to believe? Am I going to believe the directors or somebody on Twitter?
Yeah, someone who's creeping out a girl like in their profile picture. Yeah, no. I'm sorry.
This is the problem with the Scooper game is that it's going to be it's just an art of reflection. So let's just say you're getting information from the legit, credible source, and they're telling you the exact real. But what they're going to say is that no, they got to say that because they got to detract you, so you don't think this or or debunk this. They got to say that. That's what the scoopers are going to say. Trust me,
Alex. Here's the thing. That's just not how stuff works, man. It's just not, man. I've seen that too. That like supposedly he hates Jared Leto. So what? He hates Jared Leto. So what does that mean?
Him and Leto have a history. They might disagree about some things.
Just to explain, James Gunn does not approve of Jared Leto, and there's stuff about Jared Leto that James Gunn doesn't rock with because he actually, Leto's been accused of stuff. But James Gunn is very tight with Margot Robbie, and supposedly Margot Robbie doesn't want the cut to come out for a few reasons, and she's against it. So, listen, could there be some hurdles potentially? I don't know.
Against what? What's he against?
In regards to what, like Leto or Margot?
No. I'm talking about about Margot Robbie against something.
Oh yeah, supposedly
integrity.
Margot,
Whenever a studio
Margot
doesn't
Robbie's
fulfill my
apparently
needs.
not a big fan of releasing the Ayer Cut. She's the one who's
Why?
held up the most. Mostly because she had a very negative experience from a lot of scenes with Jared Leto, and that's a lot of work.
This is crack.
So
Well, I'll put it to you. I'll put it to you like this: if that is the case, and it doesn't get released, and that comes out, and if people say that Margot Robbie was the person that actually stopped that, she's going to lose a lot of people.
Oh heck.
Oh yes, yeah,
Heck
definitely.
If
Well,
that's
I
what
mean,
happens to be the case, I don't think.
if she's not comfortable with it, and that's her choice. Right?
Well,
Yeah,
what if it's terrible?
Actually, it's not. I'm gonna tell you what. I'm gonna tell you why she thinks that, because, see, this is the thing. For people that actually read comics and understand the dynamic between the Joker and Harley Quinn,
It's messed up.
right? Their dynamic is a fucked up dynamic.
Yes.
So for you to now, if she is, let's just say hypothetically this is the case, and I'm not knocking RJ for his source of this so happened to happen, but if this is the case, she needs to do her due diligence as an actress to understand the character as a whole. Because if Jared Leto, which he did, was going to character as being the Joker, that is what you have to do to bring that dynamic between both the characters.
On that for a second, just real quick though, because just to clarify, because I want to make sure all the information is on the board. You have to go back to when they were filming that movie. Jared Leto was doing some really heavy method acting, like to where he was sending a lot, fast forwards a lot of stuff.
I got a parcel
and
from
doing
him.
a lot of crazy antics on the set.
Yeah,
a
let's.
lot of that was like
Okay.
getting close to like tormenting the cast, especially Margot, especially.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
and sending like a used condom. Like,
Yeah,
like,
there's
let's
a
be
lot.
careful.
Oh, okay, I did
Like,
hear
like
about
dead
that.
rats
Okay.
Yeah.
and stuff. Yeah,
Yeah,
I know,
even
but
know-
okay.
I-
So
let's be
Joking.
careful.
So,
Well,
okay,
I
so
wanna-
all that's speculation, though. Hold on, all that is speculation. The thing is that James Gunn has never come out and said, no, I'm not releasing the cut because of Jared Leto, and I don't think that James Gunn is going to like totally nix the idea of releasing the Ayer cut
He's
ever
not going-
because Jared Leto's in the movie. You know what I mean? Like that doesn't make any sense. But
again,
I
it's not- it's
digress
not going
because
to-
we got to
That's
get
stupid.
because we got to get onto this other thing. But so David Ayer here is literally telling this person who's whining to him about the bromance that he has, with James Gunn. He's gonna release the cut or not? Do you still want it? We're releasing the hashtag like crazy. And David tells him, look, James has always been a good guy to me. He's incredibly respectful, and I'd love to see my cut, and I believe that there's a real shot, but it's not going to be tomorrow. And then James Gunn comes in, and he says, I'll second what David said about him, both inside and outside of Twitter. Yes, we communicate outside of Twitter. Believe it or not, our DNA does not begin with an @ And then here's some people, obviously, who blocked me.
Maybe, or they privated.
Maybe no, it's probably
you're
either
unable
that.
to view this tweet because last time I looked at that, that was Grace Randolph.
Well.
But yeah, well. Oh, so, but here's the thing. Like
I
everybody's
love
got.
how it's trending under erection.
I know. What is that? I mean,
Chris
I don't even
said
wanna-
erection. Okay, all right.
okay, hold on.
Frank, there's
Wait, are we
Sally.
actually gonna?
I wouldn't
Let's
click
not
on
click
it. You don't
on
know
it.
what's gonna
No.
pop up.
Oh.
Oh, political.
Wait, go into
crap.
photos.
Oh,
Crystal
boo!
Go into photos.
No, it's about politics. Fuck this. Okay.
Go into photos.
Oh yeah, apparently Herschel Walker said erection instead of election.
Oh,
This
Oh,
erection. Oh,
Oh, did he?
Oh, okay, they
Yeah,
put it.
man.
Hold on a
Okay,
second,
okay,
hold on a
that's
second, hold on a second.
funny.
That might be worth listening to.
This election is about the people. And
Yes.
well, first of all, this election is more than Herschel Walker. This election is about the people.
Oh,
Bro, they're like,
Oh, that's because he said erection.
This election is about the people.
So like him,
And I
the
said
Zodiac
this-
Killer, and
well,
who's
first
the
of
other
all,
guy?
this election is
Well, I love
more
it. I
than
love it how
Herschel
they're
Walker.
like
This
shaking their
election
head.
is about
Yes,
the
yes.
people.
This
And I
erection
said
is
this
about the
Erection,
people.
Well,
yeah.
first of
Okay,
all,
we'll
this
just go
election-
with it.
Okay. Well, hey, whatever. Okay. So
This erection.
this erection.
Oh my God! I'm gonna look that up right now and save that.
Oh, okay. Bro, you should be trending in Australia. There's something called cum dog trending in Australia. I don't even know why. Actually, I'm gonna have a look at that. Actually.
Well, okay. while you're looking at why it's trending, cum dog, I'm going to bring up now the next piece of brilliance, which was the well, before I bring this, I do want to bring up this tweet that was from like a couple weeks ago, and that is James Mangold.
Hey, how you doing, Poindexter Lounge? How you doing, Enosh?
What's good, fam?
What's up, Justin? How you doing?
Hey,
you doing all right?
You might, yeah, I'm doing fine. Can I just say one thing about the previous topic, if I may?
There was a previous topic.
Yeah, the scooper thing.
Well, we're still on that, bro. We're not.
I got you. Oh, okay. Because
because we're about to like hit the meat of that. Yes, in just a second. I just wanted to really quickly just kind of slide back to James Mangold, because I think it's awesome that these people that people like James Mangold, James Gunn are standing up to this nonsense that people can just say whatever they want to on Twitter, on the internet, and say that they have a source and this is true and this is happening, because it's not happening. And here we had, look, Indiana Jones 5 may suck. I don't know. Okay. But that's the point, is that nobody knows.
Yeah,
like nobody knows if Doomcock doesn't know, whatever, right? So here somebody named Suntory Peach, James Mangold is directing Indiana Jones 5. Says, any comment on this? Indiana Jones 5 test screenings have been disastrous. That was something that was like going all over the internet, man. These sites were, promoting this, blah blah blah, that it was disastrous, and these test screenings had been horrible. One of the endings, because they said that there were like 18 or like I can't remember how many endings, but it said one of the endings, which was said to be the least popular one, of course, because that's what it is. Like, that's the nonsense, right? Is that nobody like Doomcock or any of these people actually tell you a positive thing. It's always a negative thing. Literally about every movie they talk about, every franchise, it's never, well, this is a positive thing. This is
they will talk about it positively only to
to just tear about. Okay, so of course it's the least popular one. I almost feel like I should bring. Where's my Doomcock action figure? Where'd he go? He's somewhere around here. I haven't pulled him out in a long time. Okay. So of course it's the least popular one. Had Phoebe Waller-Bridge replacing Harrison Ford at the end of the movie. Awful if true. You can't replace Harrison Ford. First of all, they're not replacing her. They're not replacing Indiana Jones. If this is Indiana Jones's last adventure, it's just his last adventure. Like if Phoebe's character goes off to like do archaeology, is that bad? Does that mean that she's replaced him?
I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it.
I mean, if they're going to continue the legacy of Jones, it is what it is.
What do you care about?
Well, it's not like these guys have a kid about fucking.
I mean, what does that even mean that she replaces Harrison Ford at the end of the movie? What does that mean?
I can explain, actually, because one of the leaks, no joke, which was so hilariously stupid and fake, it made me laugh, literally said that Indiana Jones fades away like Marty McFly due to time travel shenanigans. She picks up the hat and she replaces him in a montage featuring all the iconic Indiana Jones moments, showing that she became Indiana Jones.
I didn't hear it like that, but
I knew it was fake because it sounded so horrible. I'm like, this is such fake internet BS. Like,
I actually find that to be quite humorous.
It's humorous, but it's also no.
Exactly. Thank you.
If there's no way that can be real, and
that's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Okay, so.
Because I think we can all universally agree that is a terrible idea.
Oh, it's a horrible idea. It's a horrible idea. But again, nobody knows. Oh, trending is Storm Shadow. Storm Shadow? Why is Storm from G.I. Joe?
Oh, God.
Okay.
Okay, give me a minute. So to that, Mangold says, hold on. Where is it? Was that down here? Oh, yeah. He says, but not true. So not awful. And then he says it's going to come out in less than a month. Oh, but okay. So Mangold literally says, nope, there haven't been any screenings at all.
Okay. Cool.
These scoopers, like Doomcock and others, going on about how there's all these test screenings, and they're all awful, and everybody hates the movie, right? Now tell me something. Tell me something. If there were no screenings at all, right? If there's no screenings that happened, and people are reporting and telling you that there were multiple screenings with multiple upon multiple endings, possibly.
Breach of contract.
And the one that scares you the most is the one, of course, that everybody hates because that's a horrible ending, right? But there's all this stuff, and it's not true. If you don't like the movie, here's the problem. Those people who just told you stuff to make you hate it, you get drawn to them. You may not like Indiana Jones 5. I don't know. I may not like Indiana Jones 5. But that's not the point. The point is a lie is a lie. And that from the next tweet that we're going to read here in just a minute from James Gunn today, you're either telling the lie or you're being duped. If you do have a source that is telling you ridiculous nonsense, you got to accept it when it's proven wrong and stop trying to act like it's all real stuff. And so, so here he says, nope. He says there haven't been any screenings at all. And somebody's being funny. Paulo here, Paulo says, no, but you're wrong. Basement Dweller 46 said that Kathleen Kennedy personally replaces Indiana Jones with a woman in the movie, and test screening audiences hate it. To which James Mangold actually replied, well, Paulo, it's up to you who you believe. An anonymous troll named Basement Dweller and Doomcock, or the actual director of the film. No one will ever replace Indiana Jones. Not in any script, not in any cut, never discussed.
Hell
There
yeah.
you go.
So
I am so
no
happy that he said that. And
exactly. And that's
no
what I'm saying.
debate.
I am so glad that people like James Mangold and James Gunn are answering this nonsense for once and saying, no, this is not true. So here's my point. If it's not true, call these people on this nonsense. Do not let these people get away with literally creating this cash grab where they're duping people left and right, telling people nonsense, trying to make it out like they've been, I was right about this scoop and I was right about that scoop, when they're freaking liars. They're guessing at best. Literally guessing at best. I see so many times where they will sit back and they'll watch it, like watch a story over a couple of days, and whatever like somebody else says, like if Grace Randolph says it's going to be one day, they'll literally go in the opposite direction because nobody's going to hold them accountable, because they can always say, well, things change. Things change, guys. So of course the actual movie that came out is different, but man, back then it was going to be completely different, right? When The Flash comes out, right? Like, I mean, they already have today. Syl posted a story from Giant Freaking Robot.
Oh, about Wonder Woman 3.
About Wonder Woman 3.
Say
That there are massive changes.
The movie's
That
not
was
even
bullshit.
filming.
That's what I'm saying. That's bullshit. That's why I said, and people was actually eating that shit up. I'm like, are y'all really stupid and serious right now?
That's
You
what
know
I'm
what?
saying.
Patty Jenkins is still writing the fucking film. She's not even done writing it yet. They're not even done writing.
What I really want is for someone to come around.
Go back. What is that? Right there?
I want someone
There won't
to
be
come
four
around.
Batmans.
Oh,
is he implying that Keaton's gonna die with the skull emoji?
You're reading too much into it.
I don't know.
But honestly, I really, and I'm being serious about this. I want to see a self-aware scooper, like a joke, like just making ridiculous claims and pretending to be serious about it, but it's all a joke and everyone's in on it.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah,
I'm gonna make my first fucking scoop right now.
Yeah, just
I'll tell you what, man, I did it. I already did it with Mike Zero. I did by creating the Mark Uno character. I mean, that's exactly what I did.
Yeah,
people
but
were
like
in on the joke. I
it-
mean, dude, there's a lot of people. There's a lot of people actually here at the channel because of my Mark Uno videos, and I'm about ready to bring it back again and do something like this because this is absolute nonsense. Where's the Wonder Woman thing?
Oh, he's there's a lot of replies where.
Oh, here it is. Here it is. Massive looking into it for Wonder Woman 3. Yeah, because he's got people.
It's a
people,
giant freaking robot report.
Giant freaking robot. Wonder Woman 3 going through massive changes. Wonder Woman 3 could be going through some massive story changes as some plot information has been revealed.
Well, you know what? They're writing the movie. Of course, changes are going to be made. I don't get how this is.
It's clickbait. It's clickbait nonsense.
That's why I
said. Well, while we're on the subject, can I bring something up really quickly too before we get into the main thing?
Yeah.
So this happened today. Some Casey Walsh and some other people in the industry were doing some digging, and this is kind of the issue, right? So here's the thing. So this is Sil Abdul's Patreon page. Okay. Here's something that's so you got Penguin and Wonder Woman 3 where he's like, oh, Wonder Woman and Shazam guys, I got the exclusive details, right?
Hold on. Wait. No, Steven. Scoops are not predictions based off of minimal info, just like the weather. No. That is not the case. These people are monetizing these supposed scoops and they're lying.
And this ties into what I'm about to show you.
They're absolutely lying, Steve. That's the problem. That's why they need to be held accountable because these are not predictions. These are not nerds sitting around making predictions about a movie or a thing that's coming out or a TV show or a comic book or just sitting around like we do so many times. I have no problem with people, you know, making predictions or what's it called? Just trying to, you know, think about what could be in the movie, you know, and doing all that. I have no problem with that. I have a huge problem when these people come out and say that they have sources. These are scoops. These are things that are happening. These are things that are real, and they say these things, and then they put them behind a paywall. So people are paying to hear this because they supposedly trust this because they just, for some reason, they've just got to know, and they're latching on to this stuff. And they're lying to good people. And the problem is they're messing up fandoms. They're messing up fandoms. Okay? It's not a changing thing like the weather that can come. I see your other post. It's not a changing thing just like the weather where like weather systems change. Yes, movies, things change, and I get all that. But these people are saying that these things are happening that are not happening, literally not happening. And when the president, when the CEO, one of the CEOs of DC Films comes out and says, you're lying about contracts. We're not even talking about movies anymore, dude. We're talking about people coming out saying talking about contracts. What's in the contract of the actors trying to hype up stuff so that they look important. This is what I've said time and time again. And I'm sorry. I'm going to let you take this, RJ. But just listen. This is what's different about this, okay? When the Snyder Cut movement started, it was about Zack Snyder. It was about having a right or wrong righted by having him get his cut of the film, right? Or, you know, close to as what you know, his vision of the film Justice League should have been. It was about his daughter Autumn, who had passed away, and about suicide prevention, about raising money and awareness for suicide prevention. People came together for a good thing. They were trying to do some good. It was a bunch of people coming together and being positive about something. Now it's literally about individuals. These people are making it about them. They're literally sidestepping all this stuff. They are riding the back of Zack Snyder, and they are trying to tap into a fandom that is just just sitting there salivating, hoping for something more, hoping for any little morsel that they can get. And they're being told the things, listen, when you listen to Sil and Mikey, it's every single possible thing that you could ever want is happening. Like, Ben Affleck is getting 3 pictures. Henry Cavill is signing 3 pictures, and he's going to be in movies and TV shows and everything else. And guys, Zack Snyder's coming back, and at one point, like Deborah Snyder is going to lead DC Films, and I mean, but then when it doesn't happen, people literally are getting mad at the actors. There's people pissed off at Henry Cavill because they think Henry Cavill supposedly has dissed Zack Snyder and betrayed Zack Snyder. When Zack literally just sent a message to him on that podcast that he just did, telling him about how he loves him, how he hopes to work with him again. But these people are making these false narratives, trying to get people angry at each other and angry at the very actors who are in these movies. Okay, now RJ, I'm sorry. Go. Let's go.
No, you're fine. I know because Prime had a dip.
Yeah,
he had a dip, but
let's. Who did? Oh, Prime. Okay, sorry, Prime. Love you, man.
Yeah, is there somebody echoing? Oh,
there
no,
was
okay,
for a second. Okay, yeah,
okay.
They are fools. They are fools, Steven.
Yeah.
That is absolutely right.
So what this is that this is Sil Abdul's Patreon page, right? So you see he has posts about Penguin and a bunch of other stuff.
Yeah.
Like, okay, so if you notice, it's an image, right? He's posting an image.
Mm-hmm.
So let me stop sharing my screen. So you see he's posting an image about the Penguin, right? What that image is the casting call for Penguin. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
It's the casting call. Now, what casting calls are, they give you breakdowns for what the studio is looking for, what the ethnicity, the age range. It's for talent to look up jobs, right? To see what opportunities are looking for, right? Here's the thing. Those are images, right? Well, it turns out, and I'm sharing my screen again, Sil is lifting these screen grabs of the casting calls from this website, Production Weekly.
You're fucking kidding me.
Which, here's the thing, right? You pay money, so you pay a fee because it's a service, right? You pay a monthly fee to get access to these casting calls. They are the sole property of Production Weekly. So Sil is screen grabbing these casting calls, which are sometimes not even completely accurate. Sometimes they're not, from what I was aware. Sometimes they're not completely accurate. Posting them as Patreon as exclusive information and scoops for his Patreon that he charges $3 a month for. Enosh, this is the equivalent of me taking one of your member posts and putting it as my own. It's literal theft, and it's literally like, I talked to somebody, Skylar Schuler from Disney Insider, and Caden talked to Daniel RPK. Not only is that illegal, it's highly unethical. You're not supposed to do this with Patreon. And if you're a scooper, it's even worse because you're taking public information that's already on another website and claiming it as your own via your Patreon. So that's where we're at with this too. I wanted to bring that up before we got to the other thing because that came out today as well. And that's really bad. To take public screenshots from Production Weekly to post them on your own Patreon, not even transforming it, just taking the actual screenshot from their website and publishing it as your own on Patreon that you charge people for. That's really bad.
How much is Sil charging?
It's $3. It's $3 a month for those posts.
Oh.
Yeah, but how many patrons?
That's not good.
I'll have to look and see.
Yeah, that's I would say that's very unethical.
He has let's see.
Stupid.
There's no information on how many patrons he has, but he has posted 65 images, which you could argue he's posted 65 images from Production Weekly. Because again,
I'll
pull up his Patreon page.
So you don't necessarily know.
I can't see it, but this is what people who looked at it saw. So I'm just regurgitating that information. But he has like stuff here saying like rumor Cavill Superman possibly could pop up for another project in 2023. The Flash yesterday he posted was informed that more reshoots could be on the way. Ending still not settled for Keaton's fate. Still not settled. And then you have these screen grabs from the casting calls, which again you're not supposed to do. You're not supposed to put up the casting calls from Production Weekly. That's their material, first off, which again, highly unethical and it's theft. It's legit theft. You're not supposed to do this.
Well,
Like
who
you
wants
get
to
into
be
a
the
world
guinea
of trouble for
pig
this.
and be a patron for like 1 month for $3? Actually,
Jared,
look at
yes,
these.
this actually could be potentially illegal. So that's why I'm bringing it up. Like, this is actually a serious potential, like, copyright infringement crime.
Let's
here.
let's get Sil arrested.
No, I don't want to get him arrested. No, I'm just saying, like,
Or like charged.
Look,
or
look,
something.
I mean,
I don't
look,
want him charged
if-
either.
yeah,
I'm just
look.
saying, like, that's the game they're playing. That's how dangerous it's getting, because it's like they're claiming, like, in order to find legitimacy, he's really ripping public information and putting it on his Patreon through a paywall. Like, that's how desperate this thing is getting. How bad it is.
So Steven, I don't have hate for Sil. This scooping stuff has got.
No, I think for Enosh, you just don't like scoopers across the board.
Yeah,
You don't like any
I don't
of them.
I don't like scoopers across the board. I don't like this nonsense. I think that it's toxic, and I hate that word, but it's literally detrimental to fans. It's detrimental to the absolute enjoyment of things when these people are faking scoops and acting like it's something of importance when it's not. It's causing people to put this weird trust in certain people that's just nonsense. Now, for those worried, so this is the giant freaking robot thing that's
and they're reporting this off of an anonymous Twitter user, which I don't even know who this person is, and I don't trust them.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, why am I trust a random Twitter?
Wonder Woman 3 script has been rewritten to include a backstory about the Amazonians of them.
They didn't even them a skirt.
Them
What?
skirt.
Yeah.
For those worried, the Amazon series plot elements got rewritten into this movie.
And
Just
again,
do some cool Greek mythology crap for Wonder Woman 3. Yeah, okay.
Oh, okay,
James
okay.
Gunn bringing the biggest story arc to the DCU. Patty Jenkins has recently completed rewrites on the Wonder Woman 3 script. The news comes by way of alleged Hollywood. Do we have a start date for this movie?
No, it's not even. It's not even filming.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So responding to fan questions about the movie on social media, the person said the plot has been adjusted to include elements from the
They still didn't
spin-off
get it right.
about the Amazons of Thumb-skirt. For those worried, the Amazon plot elements
Again, it's
got
a
rewritten.
random tweet from an anonymous Twitter person who we have no.
I mean, look, no offense to
Look upon the star or whatever.
No. This, you know what this reminds me of? It's like, no offense to Matt Jarbo, right? Like, you know, like we watched all that, but it's like funny. Like, I would say if he was here even, and he may be even watching, I don't know. But you know, I mean, it's kind of like when TMZ like took like just randomly his posts about, you know,
Superman and like
about Henry Cavill being too old, you know, and just like ran with it for a story. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know, man. This is just, but the giant freaking robot just sucks, man. I am so sick of these wannabe things. Dude, if you want real news, read something like The Hollywood Reporter. Read something like
Variety,
Deadline.
Yeah, I mean,
the only fan website, there's only two fan websites I think are actually do good work, and that's Illuminati and the Cosmic Circus by Lizzie Hill. Because Lizzie Hill, I think, actually knows her stuff, and the Cosmic Circus, I think, is a very respectable publication. And when they have exclusives, they back up their information. I mean, just today they broke that Marvel's going to attend the Brazilian Comic-Con, right? They backed up that information. Right, and they got proven correct.
Sure.
They didn't go bragging about it though. They said, "Hey, this is what the information is." So there are good fan websites that follow the Hollywood traits, but you have to actually. My whole thing with all this, just please be careful where you get your news from. Constantly verify and check where you get your news from. Triple check with other people, because you could so easily fall down misinformation pipelines if you're not careful. Really pay attention to where you get your news from. Not just for nerd stuff, just across the board. Be careful where you get your news from. So that's my
breaking news. People will be breathing in the Flash movie.
I couldn't. I was very lucky that I could get this. So here's my the scoop that I got. People will be breathing in the Flash movie, which man,
No.
it's gonna cause a lot.
No,
of
you can go to the website right now for free and read their stuff.
Dude, why is this so hard to understand? Those trades actually have verified contact and connections with the studios.
They get the press releases directly from the studio
people.
most of the time.
Like they have verified information, and they back it up with.
The only thing they get paid for is ads. Like there's no paywall.
Right. There is no paywall on those. Right. So no. And they back it up with verified sources, and they cite their sources. The problem that I have with, like, look at Mike Zero, for example. I am consistent across the board. I have been outspoken against people like Mike Zero because Mike Zero literally just makes stuff up. I don't care if he's got over 200,000 subscribers. If people are really duped by this, then they are that dumb. Okay? And you know what? And they're probably all 9 and 10-year-olds, to be honest with you. Because it doesn't make any sense that a real life, like, grown human being would listen to the stuff that he has said over the last how many years, almost 10 years now, and believe it. Everything the guy has said has been wrong, but because he kind of got something wrong. Like, literally, I heard people say, like, the guy predicted that Snoke was going to turn out to be Darth Plagueis. The guy said that, that there was a scene in The Rise of Skywalker where they were going to come upon a village, that there was going to be a 50-foot statue of Ezra Bridger, that Ezra Bridger was going to be in the film. Then the very next week, he said the same exact story, but said, no, it's not Ezra Bridger. It's now Anakin Skywalker. That Hayden Christensen was going to make an appearance in the movie. Like, he said all this stuff that did not come true, but you know what he did say? Han Solo was coming back as a Force ghost. Now, because Han Solo made an appearance, but it wasn't really Han Solo, and it wasn't a Force ghost, but because Han Solo was there, because Harrison Ford was there, people were like, he got it right. It, like, literally, they just totally sweep to the side all the nonsense that he got wrong. And he didn't even get this right, but people are so caught up.
I disagree with that integrity. He says guys have been giving around night, but Hollywood Reporter and Variety and all those guys lie too. Those credible sources put out narratives that their sources wanted out there. They're the reason the fans turn to YouTubers and scoopers for info. Not necessarily. I mean, sometimes I guess, but like not overall. I don't think that they were pushing agendas per se. What the studio wanted. Like, could you consider the trades to be mouthpieces for the studio? I guess, but they're like the best line of communication in terms of actual legitimate news. And again, there's nothing wrong with going to a fan site occasionally.
And look, I'm not saying that no, they're going to be right 100% of the time. I'm not saying that at all. But but most of the time, if you read something on those websites, you can
trust that it came from somewhere legit. Yeah,
there's always going to be those off
because there's a process to publish something in those trades. They have to vet it through the studio. Like you go to the studio and make sure the information's correct and approved before it gets published, as far as I'm aware.
Steven, I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you. But I'm not dead set on shaming YouTubers. I'm dead set on pointing out the fact that people are lying. There are people lying, and people got to come to terms with that. Like, I don't care if it's somebody you like or don't like. For me, myself, I've had to come to terms with there are people that I have associated with over the years that, you know what, I needed to back away from and not associate with. Okay? There's people that I've had to look at and go, no, they're not who I thought they were. Right? And we watch these YouTubers, we read these things, and if people are being lied to on a regular basis and they know it, that should be called out. It's not personal. I have nothing personal with anybody. I don't have anything personal with Mike Zero. I don't have anything personal with Doomcock. I don't have anything personal with Sill. I don't have anything personal with Mikey. This whole the only thing that anybody's tried to throw at me is with Sill, and it's the most stupid thing ever, because if you think that I really care about the stupid thing that Max put on that was for the fandom awards thing, like, okay, you know what that is? That's like a bunch of middle schoolers going, oh, but you cared about this, blah 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 blah, or the girl that you like that you stopped liking, for like months ago, saying, well, no, you're just saying it because you like me. No, that's BS. It's deflecting and it's gaslighting is what it is. Okay? Because nothing that I have said has anything to do with some stupid fandom award thing. It's not personal. This has to do with we all have to deal. Those of us who are in the real world, who report real news and aren't out here trying to make a name, trying to tell people that we know inside information and all this stuff that doesn't come true, we got to deal with people on a regular basis who are literally duped by this stuff. And then come at us with this stuff and are like, oh, but I heard this and I heard this. And when you try to tell them, nope, that's not the case, nobody wants to listen because everybody likes this person and everybody's believing this person and trusting this person. And that's a problem. That's a problem in fandom.
They don't want to be seen as wrong or be seen as idiots for falling for it. And there's not a problem. Like, if you fall for something, like, I get it. You feel duped. You feel like an idiot. And that sucks. That really does suck. But it's okay to say, hey, you know what? I fell for it. I thought it was legit.
Yeah.
And it was incorrect. And you know what? Own up to it. That's the main thing. People don't want to own up to it. And that's what's really sad about this.
Oh, Steven, I appreciate, man, that you don't want to mention him. I'm going to mention people like that. I've always done that. We literally have a show on the channel called 2 Cents on Nonsense that literally talks about that's talked about this. And listen, I'm going to be across the board about this. If I've gone to bat about Mike Zero and Doomcock and others who have lied and I feel are duping people, I'm going to do the exact same thing, whether or not I've been friends with them in the past or known them in the past. When I see that, and we're going to get into the tweet in just a second, that proves, absolutely 100% proves. No, you can't take anything else from it. It proves that Mikey is either lying or he's being lied to and he's promoting the lies. There's no other way you can look at it. So, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. If you don't accept it, you don't accept it. But here we got two member chats here. Sith Holocron has been a member for 2 months. Thank you, Sith Holocron. I'm so glad that you've been here, man. Says, don't get discouraged, D-Nash and panel. No one can win Scoop Wars because that's the real nature of scoops. I get you. Well, they keep, they're going to keep moving, right? But then says, and then Fourth 1000 with a member chat. Thank you, buddy. Says, I get all my scoops from the actual movie in real time as I'm watching. To me, that's how a fan does it. Absolutely, I agree with you. But I disagree with I disagree with this, and here's why I disagree with it. Did you see the tweet? I mean, because if you saw the tweet.
Mm-hmm.
There is you gotta see it. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, man. Because if you see the tweet, James Gunn literally calls him out, and so let's just go ahead and look at it, okay? Right here, Geekosity. This was Mikey putting this out.
The article's written by him. The headline is what he put out there. Yes.
This is Mikey's article. This is Mikey's headline. Henry Cavill's new contract, which there's nothing that is reported that he actually has a new contract yet. And again, it's not because they're not going to do it or they're second guessing it. It's because literally they're figuring out where Superman even fits into the world going forward. But everybody's been pretty adamant that they want Superman. They just got to figure out where he's going, and that you can't write a contract if you don't know what movies he's going to be in. You know what I mean? Like, give it a minute. I'm just saying, give it a minute. And William's here. What's up, William?
What's going on,
okay.
man?
So let me. I'm sorry, I didn't. Gosh, I hate this. Okay, here it is. Here it is, right here. It's cut and dry. I don't know what to tell you. If you don't accept it, you don't accept it. But there it is. Okay, and we're gonna read it right here. Henry Cavill's new contract includes Superman TV appearances. Okay, hashtag Superman, hashtag Henry Cavill, hashtag Man of Steel, hashtag DC, hashtag DCEU, DC Universe, DCEU, Warner Brothers Discovery. Here it is right here. Henry Cavill's new contract includes Superman TV appearances. Henry Cavill's return as Superman extends to TV as well. Media outlets circulated false rumors that Henry Cavill had finished with the character.
Mm-hmm.
To which James Gunn himself, the president of the DCU, the president of DC Films, the guy who is literally sitting down right now and writing what they're calling the Bible on DC properties going forward, and has said over and over again, over and over again,
William is.
Hold on. Am I echoing? Or am
William, mate?
I think so.
I don't have anything on. That would echo.
You don't have clothes on? What?
Hold on. I want to make this point. I want to make this very, very clear. The CEO, the guy in charge who is putting together what things are going to be, is saying this. And no, Steven, no. He had a deal for Black Adam. That's what he was in. They rushed a deal. Remember, they talked about it. It had to be done before or by Labor Day. And they filmed him in September. He's back. They want him back. They're going to put him back. But as far as the long-term goal, you have to know what films are going to be there before you work out a deal. You don't just work out a blind deal that says, oh, just whatever.
Yeah, you can't sign someone to a 6-picture deal if you're not sure if Superman's going to pop up for 6 pictures.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense, guys. Listen, I understand where this thinking comes from, Steven. I really do. I understand where this comes from, that, like, he signed a deal, for Black Adam. But that's the thing. It's not for one and done. I don't believe that. I believe that he's coming back. But this stuff about that his contract, and this has been my problem with Mikey and Sil. They've talked about this, that they know what's in his contract. They've literally said that they know what's in his contract. Now they're saying that he's going to be in TV shows now. They've said that they know who the villain is in the movie. They've literally reported that they know who the villain is, that it's Brainiac, when that is a guess at best, because there's not even a script. There's not even a script writer yet. How can you know who the villain is of something and claim to know what's in the script when there's no script? How can you claim to know what the music is for what the music is in the film when it hasn't even been determined yet? These are not just like random things. These are things that people are being told because they're being fed what they want to hear. And it is destroying the fandom from within, because it is causing rifts between reality and nonsense. And that's why I have a show called Our 2 Cents on Nonsense. But listen, James Gunn says this. James Gunn himself responds to this and says, I'm not sure if you're purposely lying or being taken advantage of by someone lying to you. But as I've stated on here before, no one, not Mikey, not Sil, not Grace Randolph, not anybody else knows what's happening at DC Studios right now other than me and Peter. That would include writing up any new contracts for anyone at this point.
That's like
they are responsible for contracts. They're even saying, you don't know what's in that contract. You are not telling the truth. He is literally saying right here, you are either purposely lying or or Mikey, listen, If you have a source that's telling you this, you better go back to that source, because literally the guy who's in charge is telling you, no, you're either lying or you're being taken advantage of by somebody else. There's no middle ground on this.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand why anybody would even go back and try to defend this.
Can I jump in real quick just to
Yes.
clarify something too? So here's something else I want to point out. So if you read the article from Geekosity, Mikey cites an article from Small Screen and links to a video they put out. So Matt Charbo did the research and the due diligence and looked through both Small Screen's article and the video. And you can go watch the video Matt put out earlier today. Nowhere in Small Screen's report or video did they use the word contract. So contract was solely cooked up by Mikey for the clickbait and for his article. So I want to clarify that as well. Mikey put out the whole contract thing, not Small Screen. Because I know they're going to twist that and say, well, it's Small Screen's report, not Mikey's. But Mikey put out this headline and he used the word contract and he talked about the contract in the article. Small Screen did not. So I want to clarify that as well. No matter what way you cut it, Gunn is calling out both Small Screen's report and Mikey Sutton. Mm-hmm. It's Mikey too. Mikey ain't getting away from this clean swept. No. He got called out as well.
And again, listen, if you're wondering why I'm talking about this, it's not because I just want to go after everybody and I just want to do this. It's because this is something that has taken over fandom, where everybody is focused on scooping this or scooping that or having the upper hand in this or having the upper hand on that. And when people are lying, it is messing up fandoms. It is giving people false narratives. It's giving people false information. You know, and then I see people like, we got William here. This is a dude like who's been called just a guy who works at a hardware store, which is ridiculous. And I know he doesn't care. He's got a thicker skin than that. I know that he doesn't.
I'm not going to apologize for having a stable job for 25
years. Right. I mean, it's dumb. It's like people making fun of me for substitute teaching when literally like I'm helping people. I'm sorry. I don't know what you're doing every day. All these people with all this information, you know, with all these sarcastic comments. I don't know what you're doing every day, but like every day I'm sitting down with kids, helping them with math. I am helping them learn. I'm literally having kids come up to me and give me a hug and saying, Mr. Fee, thank you for being here. You're my favorite substitute teacher. I've learned so much from you. So if you got a problem with that, you got a problem with reality. If you're more concerned about a scoop from a movie and whether or not I agree with it, that's your problem. But when you start attacking people for that, but I say that because this guy right here, William, you know, he actually does promotions with Warner Brothers. He does movie promotions with Warner Brothers. He has actual contacts within Warner Brothers that he can prove, like that are verified, that it's like, he got like all this merchandise for Black Adam, man. He was swimming in merchandise for Black Adam. He's doing these these movie showings, you know, before the movie comes out. You know, Zack Snyder can come out and absolutely say this is this and this is that, and people are still like, well, he's under NDA. He's just not going to talk about it. He's not going to say anything about it. Well, what is it? I'm sorry. Is the
not how
is,
it
is
works
this?
either.
Yeah, it's not how it works either. But the CEO is right there telling you, no, this isn't true. So who are you going to believe? That's okay. That's just. I'm going to turn it over to everybody else. But who are you going to believe? Are you going to believe James Gunn? Or are you going to believe Mikey Sutton? Are you going to believe James Gunn? Or are you going to believe Syl? Are you going to believe James Gunn, or are you going to believe Grace Randolph? Are you going to believe James Gunn, or are you going to believe whoever else says anything that's nonsense? If you really want to have a real nerd discussion about things, that's fine. If you want to speculate on stuff, man, about like who could the villain be? Who could this be? I will have that. That's fun. That's good stuff. But when you start trying to monetize and use people, that's underhanded. And I'm sorry, but that's something that needs to be exposed. Mm-hmm. And that's why James said this. That's why he put it out there, is because people are seeing this and people are being used. And it's not right. It's just not ethical. It's not right. And then, like what RJ said, share the information. They're literally taking from other websites and putting it as if it's their information and charging for it. Guys, I mean, there's no, there is no, and that's the thing. That's what I'm concerned about too. I don't care about the scoops. Look, if it was just the scoops, man, dude, half the stuff that they talk about, I would love to happen because I want the Snyderverse to return, right? I want all those things to happen. I want Henry Cavill to come back and have multiple picture deal. I want Ben Affleck to come back and be my Batman. I want Zack Snyder to come back and do stuff. I would love Deborah Snyder to be head of DC Films, but I'm also into reality, you know, and we talk about reality. Like I have always said that, because I've had many scoopers, and look, people can think whatever they want to, but Mikey Sutton absolutely had the conversation with me about wanting to come on to Poindexter Lounge and wanting to share scoops on Poindexter Lounge. That's the absolute truth. If he says no, then you know what? He's a liar. Point blank. He had his falling out with Matt, and we talked, and I said, no, man, I said, it's just not my thing. And I told the same thing to Matt Miranda from Lightcast. I've told the same thing to the Cultured Nerd. I have had those conversations with people. I don't hate them. I don't hate on them for doing it, but I have told them all, no, I don't want to do scoops because of this very reason right here. Because I'm not going to be held responsible for something somebody says, because I am responsible. If you come to Poindexter Lounge and I tell you something is fact and this is what's happening, you should be able to bank on that. You shouldn't have to worry about whether or not I'm just telling you something just to, tell you something. H-Bart's here with a $2 super chat, says, can I get a scoop of ice cream? Can I get an ice cream scoop? Well, let me ask the Magic 8 Ball for you. Magic 8 Ball, can H-Bart's get an ice cream scoop? The Magic 8 Ball says, it is decidedly so. So you tell me what flavor you want. Okay, so nice. We also have, for the first time, ladies and gentlemen, in the... on the panel, Film Goblin. What's up, Film Goblin?
Oh, what's up, Enosh?
How you doing, man?
Good. How are you?
I'm good, man. Good to have you here tonight.
Thanks, man.
Yeah. So
sorry
okay.
It took so long to set up my equipment. Still working on all the kinks and all that.
Yeah. No problem.
Can you hear me?
Problem. Yep, we can hear you just fine. Yep. Okay. So
wait, what did you say?
I said I'm still working on the kinks on my equipment.
No, I was messing with you.
Yeah, Justin's speed.
It
trying to be funny.
Justin heard kink and he was like, ooh.
Yes.
Okay. So William, I haven't been on a stream with you in a while, man. What do you make of James Gunn and James Mangold and others like finally speaking up and like kind of setting the record straight on some of this stuff?
In regards to James Gunn, I thought it was necessary. I've been saying for about maybe 3 years that the perception of DC is mostly BS, not only because of, online personalities, but people who, entities who used to be trustworthy as trades and things like that were basically taking the perception of DC because there was no one else to fill that void. There was no, no POA or PAO, public affairs officer, to come in and say, no, that's not true. Now, as far as Mangold, I do when it's one thing for me, it's important when it's a studio head, because you're literally in charge of the perception of not just one movie but entire franchises. I would not want to see this get out of hand to where it's an everyday thing for every Tom, Dick, and Harry, or every director, or every actor, everything else, because I don't think they would do anybody any good by engaging this. Whereas James Gunn, it is essential that he engages it. And like I said, not just on the scooper level, because that really doesn't mean as much to me. Because, listen, fire doesn't burn without oxygen. And the oxygen that is provided to these fires is by people who have a choice to make. If they decide to chase down that kite, that's on them. But when it's a Rolling Stone, when it's a Variety, when it's the Rap, or when it's these people who in some cases have decades of reputation behind them when they say things. You've had 2 hit articles on Snyder and his fans from Rolling Stone, a magazine that's been around for nearly 7 decades and has a historical presence. So when you see these sources distorting things and saying things, that's more important to me. And I hope one day he clarifies directly to them as well. But as far as this other environment goes, like I said, it's you snuff out, you take the oxygen away from a fire. What happens to it? It goes away. I might personally have a policy of non-engagement with that whole topic, but it obviously has risen to a point where the head of DC Studios is seeing it. So, but like I said, to me, I'm just happy to have somebody there to do the talking. He doesn't necessarily have to engage these guys anymore. He can refute anyone he wants to say just by coming out and saying that's not true. And it's simple. He can take the tweet. He can say, hey, I've heard around circles that this person is been signed or this person is not signed, or I don't like this guy, and I want to tell you that's nothing can be further from the truth, and then promote whatever movie's coming out. We haven't had that in 5 years. You've had Hamada, and when they did talk, they tripped over their own feet. Like Ann Sarnoff, I mean, her number one job was to shut up. And 4 days after, one of what should have been a huge win for Warner Brothers, she turned that into something stupid. So for 5 years, you've either had them saying the wrong thing or saying nothing and letting someone else be the voice for them. Now you have somebody who's his own or the voice for the entire franchise. It's up to us as fans, though. It's always been up to us who we listen to as far as where we get our information from. And that's across the board. Like I said, I can assail a scooper or an online personality all I want to, but it's like anything goes with the general public. You get what you put into it. They're a reflection of the people who are willing to listen to them. None of us should really have a coronary about if somebody wants to believe the Santa Claus is coming down their chimney, let them believe that. You know what? I'm moving on with my life.
That's a very interesting analogy because it demonstrates that nobody will really believe you. Even when it comes from the horse's mouth, they won't believe it. And if they still don't believe it, even if James Gunn or James Mangold or anybody else who actually has some authority of it, it's really telling of that person's delusion as opposed to their concept of reality. And I loved the whole Santa Claus analogy. I really did love that. But
I can't control what a grown man doesn't believe or believes. I mean, like I said, I can't really make that part of my peripheral if he does. You know what I mean?
No, but the thing is that, and I get it. Not everybody has to deal with it, but there are some of us that literally, when all this nonsense gets thrown around and people start talking about it, we get bombarded. There are a few of us that just get bombarded with nonsense and people coming after us because we don't. I would love it if this was just like a thing of, hey, that's fine. You believe what you want to believe. I'll believe what I want to believe, and we'll all be good. The problem is that some of these people are literally not satisfied until they literally take you down because you don't believe the scoopers. That is the point that has ignited me to speak up and say, this is nonsense and it's got to stop, because that's what I deal with. It has become personal on some people, not on my behalf, because I don't care about the people personally, but these fans who are supporters of these scoopers then in turn think that they're doing some kind of positive thing by spamming some of us, by attacking us, by saying things about us and stuff like that. And then we have to give account for that, right? And I have to give account for that. That has happened to me over and over and over and over again. Look, it's been one of the reasons why, I'll be honest with you, I have not been inspired to do much streaming over the last couple of months because I've been tired of people's nonsense. And I got too many positive things going on in my life that I'm actually doing good in the community, in my community where I live, with real people, with real things, helping real people, and dealing with real things that are important. That, you know what, if I have felt like, why stream when I'm going to have to come back to a chat room that, yeah, there's a lot of awesome people there that I love talking, that's why I'm here, and I'm here to talk about nerd stuff. But then I have to have people, come in saying things about my wife, saying things about my kids. And you know what? I can mute it. I can delete each one that comes up, but it still doesn't negate the fact that I see it. It doesn't negate the fact that people tweet about me and tag me and all this stuff. And it's not that I have a thin skin. It's just that I'm tired of dealing with stuff just because of some stupid scoop. Because I don't believe that somebody is doing something in DC, and so that's why somebody wants to come at me. So, you know, like I said, there's just a line where you just go, you know what? This is wrong. And that's what has triggered me to actually just say, this is wrong. I don't believe these people, and I'm going to stand up for what I believe, and I'm going to say my opinion about it. And I'm going to keep my opinion about it. And the thing is that I'm not going to let people scare me away from having my opinion. And that's what these people want to do. These people want to shut people up. You know how many comments I've gotten from people saying, well, you know, if you just changed your mind or you just supported them, everything would be okay. Just come back. Just come back. We're so disappointed in you, Enosh, because you don't support this part of the fandom, or you know, you used to be fun and support stuff like, you know, that was going on, but you're not supporting this. And I'm like, because this isn't part of the fandom. This isn't part of the Snyder Cut movement. This doesn't help Zack Snyder. Nothing about these scoopers helps Zack Snyder. Don't come at me telling me that I'm not helping Zack because I'm not participating in scooper stuff, or that I've betrayed, you know, people like Ray Fisher or whatever, you know, because I don't participate with this nonsense. No, that's just stupid. That's just stupid. But the problem is people are like, well, everybody will leave you alone if you just stop. If you just change your opinion, or if you just stop telling people your opinion. Well, no, I'm entitled to my opinion. I have, and it's not like
people have said if you only stopped people.
Yes,
like if you only stopped.
It's like an ultimatum with them that like they will stop attacking me if I just do X, Y, and Z. Okay, and I'm not the only one that has happened to. You know what I mean? And so
they really want to believe what they want to believe.
Yeah, but the thing is, they want to push everybody out. I've literally had people try to tell me, "Well, we'll make sure your channel goes under if you don't shut up."
So they're going to flag you. They're threatening?
Dude, that's where I've been. That's where I've been. Like, and here's the thing: when they bring up on their streams about how, well, Enosh is at 11,000 subscribers and he's been there forever. Do you understand? It's because I had last year people false flagging this channel left and right, where literally every video I put out, I had to put a thing together that showed that it didn't have you know, certain negative content in it. Literally every video I put out, that just stopped not too long ago. You know, and that's the thing. That's the thing. And yeah, and this is it, Goober. It's like, come back to us, and we'll be nice to you. Like they've threatened flagging me. They've threatened. Dude, I woke up several times before. I remember last year, 2021. Like, I think we twice got taken down because of false flagging for various things. Where it's like, once we got taken down for 2 weeks, once we got taken down for a week, we couldn't live stream, you know, and that stuff affects people. And that's the type of people who are supporting this nonsense and believe in this nonsense. And it feeds into it, you know? And so that's why I said not too long ago, when I had people coming up, I said, do you want me to leave? Do you want me to just pack up my channel and go away? Is that what you want? Is that what's going to make you happy? You know, and for a while I have, and William has done a great job, you know, taking over the overnights and stuff like that. But here's the thing, I've gotten to the point where it's like, no, this is my channel, and I'm entitled to my opinion. If people don't like it, they can screw themselves. You know, because I'm not just gonna put up with their nonsense. I'm not just gonna be. I'm not gonna. I was never scared, but I'm not just gonna like not have an opinion. You know, oh, well, if you just don't say Sil and Mikey's name, like literally people telling me that if I just don't say, I can say stuff about Grace Randolph, but just don't say anything about Sil and Mikey. That is such BS. Just throwing around threats like that? Nah, missed me with that, you know? So.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Like, they treat their words like gospel, and it's, I mean, I don't know much about Sil or Mikey. I don't care. I've never watched a single video that they made, and I could care less. I guess I'm not missing much, but I mean, like I did fall for Mike Zero's thing because before The Last Jedi came out, and I even said in a comment, I'm like, these seem like the same videos over and over again. And people are like, well, if you don't like it, don't watch it. Like, get out of here, man. And I'm like, no. I'm trying to point out something. Like, this feels repetitive.
And then there's this aspect of it too, because like Protoss X here says, Enosh, I was one of those Signor defenders. Look, I went down this route with Andy Signor. Okay. That was my first dip and forte into standing up for what I thought was right on the internet. I had never even had any kind of internet, squabble with anybody until I spoke out about something that I felt very strongly about, and that was Andy Signor's treatment of people and the things that he was saying, him and Jody from Jody's Corner. And that was before I had even ever done live streams like this and had panelists. Like I didn't have any of this stuff. I was not set up to do any of this stuff. I simply I'd set up my phone every once in a while and do a live stream, and I'd make little 5 to 10 minute videos, about various things, news stories and whatnot. And that was it. But like Protest says here, I was one of those Signor defenders, and I found out the truth about Andy and thought you were cool and ditched him. And I appreciate that, Protest, but but that's the thing, is like, I said a couple of weeks ago when I streamed on somebody else's channel, I said, listen, time is going to show that these people are not right. There's going to be a lot of people who were not on the right side of this issue, and I'm a firm believer, man, in the truth is the truth. And I don't like seeing people get taken advantage of. And I feel that there's a lot of people being taken advantage of with this situation. That's why I'm passionate about it. That's why I feel the way that I do about it, because I don't like to see people being taken advantage of. I don't like to see people, being duped into something just because it's something that they love. And it's to me,
you had a bigger heart than me, because I understand 100% what you're saying, but at some point, I mean, anybody who can hear my voice, I give them credit for having some level of intelligence, and at some point they got to make a choice, man. Because
I agree.
It's like,
everyone has,
but a lot of people are sucked into it. A lot of people are sucked into it. Like I don't know Protest X's story or whatever. But listen, there's been plenty of people who were defenders of Andy Signor who have come to me afterwards and said, thank you for having the guts to actually stand up to all that and talk about stuff that
was that the stream.
And look, I want to make very clear, this is not my my content going forward. I'm not going to spend every stream going off on scoopers. The only reason I'm doing this today is pretty much straight up because James Gunn slapped it down today, and that was things like the last thing that I had said was time will tell and time will show what's up. I'm willing to play the long game and say this was my opinion about it, and I was told, no, Enosh, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what's really going on. They have scoops. They know that this stuff is going on. You're just jealous of them, blah, blah, blah. And then today, James Gunn basically came out and said, nope, you're either lying or you're being lied to. Pick one. There's no middle ground there. You're either lying or you're being lied to, and you're spreading that lie. So James Gunn himself. So listen, if Mikey and Sil are innocent, let's say Mikey and Sil are innocent. Let's say that they've got a contact within Warner Brothers, right? And this contact is feeding them false information, or maybe it's just somebody who's trying to get back at them or make them look stupid in the long run. Okay? Maybe
it's a contact who's making them look stupid.
And if that's
on purpose.
Exactly. And if that's the case, then Mikey and Sil, you have my apologies. I am sorry, but you guys then need to take a good hard look at who you're talking to, what you're doing, right? and actually take some responsibility for it and not do this. Like Protest X says, not get on there and fire back at Gunn and act like Gunn is the problem. Like James Gunn is the problem. Like he's the one who's lying, or he's the one who's hiding it, or he's doing something. Take a good hard look at yourself, right? And then maybe think, maybe if you got this contact who's giving you this information and the president or the CEO, the guy in charge is telling you that's not true, who are you going to believe? Are you going to just keep on with things because it benefits you, or are you gonna, or are you gonna, put
These
it down?
guys are a nightmare. Holy.
I'm just saying. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
These guys are a nightmare.
So so that's why I've talked about it, and that's why I've do it. But this isn't going to be all my content. Look, because that's not why I'm here. I'm here to talk about nerd stuff and have fun, and
Yeah, and you were gonna say that I have my screen shared. There's something that I really want to bring up real quick. Yeah. We in the horror community were recently duped by this guy, or a lot of people were. Very nice YouTubers who I've grown to know and love. This guy named Clips Comprehend had this tweet. Thursday being the day that apparently the Scream, this is involving the horror community, Scream 6, the trailer is going to be released on Thursday, the 27th. And there was a trailer that was for a fan film that circulated online, and he correctly said the clip coming is 100% not what is circulating, whatever that might be. I haven't seen this yet. Don't know what that is, to be honest, but it was very well done, and it was pretty well done. As for Thursday, More Than a Mask, 2 exclamation points, because they are theorizing that Scream 6 is going to be Scream 2, or 2 exclamation points is the title, which is stupid and ridiculous, or 2 Roman numerals. We don't know. We're just speculating. And he doubled down. Like he said it was going to be at 9 p.m. and T-minus 58 minutes. Do you guys remember a Scream 6 trailer? I don't think so. Didn't happen. Absolutely did not happen. And he said go. And you can see the ratio right there. And a lot of people are just we're not happy about it. Just like you son of a bitch. You tricked us. And he was right about, I guess, some things in Scream 5 and wrong about some things. But at the end of the day, like he was wrong. And it just kind of exposed him. And that was his last post, was like, go, October 27th. Hasn't said a word ever since, because people called him out on his bullshit, ruined his credibility.
Good.
And he's been exposed. Like, you're a bullshitter. Mm-hmm. And he knows that. Because I guess in the horror community, like we don't fuck around with this shit. Like, no, it's either true or it's not true. Yeah. And if it's speculation, that's fine.
Yeah,
as you were saying earlier. But I'm not going to fall for any Scream 6 trailer releases or screenings, which have been rumored. It's more likely for Scream than something as big as Indiana Jones 5. I highly doubt there are any screenings for that. No, absolutely not. Why would they screen that? They didn't do that for The Force Awakens. No.
But you know what? There were many reports that the screening for The Force Awakens, for whatever, for all this, the Star Wars movies, that they don't do that for those big movies. They don't. But it's, again, people who don't understand how the industry works. Now, Steven, I will say this. Yes, he said, like I said, Attack AMC, Collider, Variety, Hollywood Reporter, who lied to us all about the Snyder Cut. That's a scoop they had to eat crow for. If you look back to the history of this channel, I have absolutely 100% done exactly that.
If you're wrong, you're wrong, and that's fine.
I literally wrote a song about it, dude. I have a music video that literally in the breakdown of the music video, it literally has all these people that you're talking about, the colliders of the world, even John Campea. I have in there all the people from Collider, all the people from from all these various channels and everything that said that the Snyder Cut wasn't going to happen. I have them literally I have those cuts of them saying that it wasn't going to happen in that song while it's playing over the people who were watching when the Snyder Cut was announced. The excitement, it shows the excitement and the joy on people's faces as it was being announced that it was real, that it was coming, while these people that you mentioned here over that is saying it doesn't exist. You don't know what you're talking about. I mean, so
wow.
yes,
They still claim it didn't exist.
Yeah. Yeah, right. I know they still claim that.
Oh, wow.
They use the semantics, right? Steve, thank you with a $9.99 super chat. Thank you, buddy. Says when someone is wrong on a scoop, how do you know until the product comes out? Who gives an F? Watch it or not? What is the pound of flesh that will satisfy you all? For me, it's just kind of like what Justin just said, and that is speculate all day. It's fine. Have conversations. But you got to understand something too. These aren't just like a couple of the people that we're talking about here are not just some random people on the internet. These are people that I've streamed with. These are people that I've had in-depth personal conversations with and I've known. You know what I mean? So some of it is there's history between a lot of us, streamers or whatever. You guys see the show, right? That we all put on, and whatnot. But we know each other outside of this. It's kind of like what James said about, David Ayer. It's like, look, we have conversations outside of Twitter. We have conversations outside of YouTube, and we know each other outside of YouTube a lot of times. And especially some of the guys that we're talking about here, what would satisfy me is stop lying to people. That's all I'm saying. Stop duping people. Stop trying to convince people that you know something and like playing that up like you're super cool because you got this information that obviously you don't have.
I'm
not saying it's going to happen, but also it doesn't mean that I have to go along with it. That's my point.
Can I say something?
I just have one thing to say on that, and that is don't bring up speculation as if it is fact. That is what this boils down to.
Yeah.
Do not pretend that it is fact, because things are subject to change, and that's it. Don't pretend like this is this is the I forgot the phrase, but the end all be all, if you will. That this is not fact. This is you speculating or either getting false information, and that's it. Don't present it as fact, because if it comes out and you're wrong, it will bite you in the ass like no other.
I want to let Film Goblin say something. I do want to say this because he brought this up a couple times. Sounds just like a weatherman, except for here's the thing: most of the time when a weatherman makes a prediction, it's based on information that he actually has, right? And he's not going to tell you that it's sunny, that it's going to be sunny, just to tell you it's going to be sunny. When he says, "Hey, it's going to be sunny on Tuesday," he's telling you that from an educated point of view of this is what's coming, and he knows that now weather patterns can change and things can change, but he has no reason to lie to you and tell you, hey, it's going to be sunny and warm or whatnot, when he knows that that's a lie and it's actually going to be something else. And if he did, they'd get rid of him as a weatherman. If he was literally just making up forecasts, if everybody else is reporting that the forecast is going to be, cloudy and rainy, and he's reporting sunny and, making their station look bad, they're going to get rid of him.
I do appreciate Steve's comments because
I do too.
you know,
I do too.
because it leads to good conversation. We're having a decent dialogue.
Yeah, I do too.
And he gave you a super chat, so
I know. I love Steven. Steven knows I love him. Steven knows I love him. So Film Goblin, you had something.
Oh, I was just gonna say, notice how these people who claim that the Snyder Cut didn't exist aren't really saying the same thing about the Ayer Cut. Kind of weird to me, if you ask me.
They actually, I actually watched a video today where they said the exact opposite. Right? They said, yeah, it does exist, but like I saw somebody say that, like, yes, it. Oh, you know who it was? It was crazy. Actually, I take it back. It wasn't one of those guys. It was Crazy Joe. Crazy Joe went on talking about how yes, the Snyder or the Ayer Cut exists, but it shouldn't come out.
What?
So I don't know.
Well, earlier he was
that
defending
guy
the
is
sequel
just-
trilogy
I can't
over the
stand
prequel.
I've always said about the Ayer Cut is, for me personally, if there's a business reason to put it out, go ahead. But if it doesn't fit the overall representation and James Gunn and Peter Safran, I'm okay with that as well. Like I said, I've always, to me, whenever I saw, okay, I need the Ayer Cut come out, it was in conjunction with the character development of, the Joker and Harley Quinn as I would see them further along. If I'm not getting those two immediately, for me personally, I know I'm probably in the minority, I don't see a business reason for them to put it out. Now, that doesn't mean that they won't do it, but I wouldn't, like I said, I wouldn't hold my breath for the Ayer Cut. Because like I said, you have to know the parameters of the decision making that they're making as far as where does this fit and what we're about to unroll. Does this fit in our Bible? Does this make sense to have this out there? So there's a lot of questions that that I don't have any answers for, and I've never been presented with any answers to actually say yes, let's do this. Whereas Zack Snyder's Justice League was a lot different. You had this big hole in the most important thing that you ever did, and it damaged their credibility on a much, much larger scale than anything else they'd done. So, but as far as presenting information, the easiest thing to do is if you're presenting an opinion, don't dig your hole that you can't evolve out of. If you're basing your opinion on things and information that you have on hand or your gut feeling, that's one thing. But when something comes out and it's different, then say, hey, you know what? Based on the information I have now, things change. But you don't have to lock yourself into, a point of information or an opinion. There's no liability with us as fans. We are allowed to evolve beyond an opinion. I mean, I'm pretty sure if you can go back 4 or 5 months, I have a different opinion based on information I had back in June than I do here in, November. So that is allowed, but it's just when it's presented, like you guys said, as news, that's the problem. But like I said, I always bounce that back on the consumer. If you think Jerry Springer is presenting you the daily facts, the problem is not Jerry Springer. The problem is you. The problem is the consumer, and the consumer. I always want for anything I do for the consumer to be smarter. No one should have to bail out a consumer. No one should have to stand up for a consumer. Unless it's a kid. But if we're grown adults, man, we're the oxygen that provides this inferno for them.
Well, what I think is that they need to release the Ayer Cut, not just because of like what you said is that we're like asking the question, where does it fit in with the overall vision? I think it's just to basically give the consumer what they were told that they were going to get back in 2015.
I understand that.
This
isn't 2015, and this isn't those guys. There were different people in the trenches in 2015. Things changed in almost 8 years now. It sucks that happened. It sucks that movie got cut up by a music video producer or whatever the hell happened. But I can't go into 2023 chained to 2015 anymore. I can't go forward chained to 2017 anymore. If I'm going to legitimately give these guys a chance, I personally can't be hypocritical and not let them look at the whole map, let them develop their own roadmap. And if the Ayer Cut doesn't fit into it, then that is their decision. I can't be.
But it can also be like the Snyder Cut, where it's like kind of its own thing.
Yes, it could, but understand that is their decision to make, and that decision shouldn't. That's a legitimate business decision not to do it, just like it would be.
Sure.
To do. There's no They're not bad. They're not villains if they don't. Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. I mean, well, yeah. With the Snyder cut, I feel like that was a little bit different because there was a legitimacy to that. I don't see the necessity for an Ayer cut, but I also could be uneducated on it. So I don't understand. Was there a reason why? Axel, do you have something to say? You're like raising your hand.
Well, yeah, I think the Ayer Cut is like it's very different from David Ayer's movie, like from David Ayer's the studio version that they put out because like in the Ayer Cut, there's no like radio music or anything. Like Joker and Harley actually their relationship is actually focused upon a bit more. Yeah, that's all.
Well, that's just what I'm saying is like, if you're back in 2015, when was it? 2015 Comic-Con when they put out that very first trailer that got everyone hyped. I feel like any company should not be going in and changing that at the last minute when you've already basically put out a product as an advertisement to the consumer, telling them like, what they're going to get and what they've already expected to get, because then it's like once the movie came out and they got that backlash, it's like, why do they act so surprised that
I liked the Bohemian Rhapsody trailer, but I blame that trailer for the whole goddamn movie being a mess. Like,
once again, though, I understand everything you guys are saying, but those guys are gone. This is not their company anymore.
Yeah, but if the Ayer Cut's almost done, then why not? Like, where it doesn't have to involve putting in so much money to finish it, why not just release it as
the head of a company, you have the right and duty to release things that reflect your vision for the company going forward.
But they keep pushing like it's a multiverse, so I guess.
Well, these guys aren't. See, we don't know what these guys are pushing at all because they're not done developing their plan. That multiverse madness was done by the regime that is no longer employed with the company. Like I said, everything that's tied back to the Ayer Cut is not tied to the current people whose mission it is to run DC Films. The Ayer Cut has nothing to do with them. For all we know, there's no benefit to their Bible for the Ayer Cut. Every reason that you guys have given is tied back to a regime that no longer exists. And while, they could make the decision to do this, they don't have to. And it's their product now. They were hired to bring a change in course from what DC was doing. And they are not beholden to bring in any of that stuff, whether it be with Snyderverse or anything else. I think the biggest mistake we would make is to not give these guys space to do what they were brought in to do. They were not brought in to look back at 2015. They were not brought in to look at 2017. They weren't brought in to be time travelers. They were brought in to lay out a plan for the future going forward. I think that's the most dangerous thing that we could do right now is to box them into some other regime's plan or some other regime's past.
But then why not just let them do a full reboot then? If like what you're saying is like, if they don't want to have to do if anything that came before, and they just want to start fresh with something.
No, I didn't say start fresh. I said specifically would they if they have a right now to look at this whole thing and decide what they want going forward to attach themselves to or detach themselves from. And if they decided that one aspect that they want to do that, then that's theirs now.
And whatever happened to letting the creative process be the creative process and just let's just see where it goes, like it's getting kind of tedious, for me, because it's very challenging to do this on a big scale as it is, but to also add on this pressure of like some fans want this, some fans want that, and I understand it can get really annoying, and not everything is done just to please one part of the fandom. And I could eat my words on this. Oh my god, if somebody clipped that. But it's just let creators be creators. Wait until the movie comes out, and if it's bad, if it's not well received, okay, fine. But if it's good, if they're in the process of creating something good, then great. Let's hear them out. Let's not ruin it. Let's not spoil it. That's all I'm saying. And the echo is real, and it's probably not from Williams.
Yeah, because I could hear it, but like I said, I think the best thing we could do is to sit back and relax, and literally not set up minefields for the new guys. I mean, they already had to inherit enough minefields on their, just by stepping in.
Enough baggage, yeah.
Well, the way I see it is like there's only two options that they can do. It's either continue moving forward of what came before, or just restart something new. So really,
they have a lot more options than that from GUNN. These are some creative people. James Gunn is very creative. There's a lot of stuff that we can do. Remember, when we're looking at this from a fan's point of view, we're not looking at it objectively. Sometimes there's a lot that they can do. I know what I want. I know what I prefer. I've said it over and over again. I want the resolution to the Dark Side arc, but at the same time, I can't chain these guys to that. I cannot change the new management to what the old management jammed up.
That whole do what I want and we'll be happy, and that in that bullshit.
Just do good and I'll be happy. Yeah, you know what I mean. Just do some good work, and they're doing a lot of the things that make everything that they're going to do very much more acceptable than the last guy is. They're communicating with people. Granted, it's ugly right now, and I wish this tool that he has for communication. I hope he uses it. And we move on past the topic that we're on right now, and we start talking about the anticipation of products. We start about people who've been casting. We start hearing them interact with us about news and actual things that they have to say. Once they start putting out their information, that's what I'm looking forward to. But like I said, remember everything that you guys are saying that you want from the new heads of DC Studios, detach it from your fandom and attach it to a reasonable, logical, feasible operational project. Can this get done? Is this worth the money to spend on this getting done? Is the 5 years from the last time that we saw some of these storylines at their height, has that 5 years watered down the anticipation for the general audience? There's a lot of factors that have to be thought about, and a lot of people don't think about that. They think, like I said, every time I hear the Ayer Cut, I'm like, did that person actually sit down and draw a roadmap to a logical conclusion of why, if you were going to pitch this, if you're going to take why you want the Ayer Cut into the corner office, into either Zaphod's office or Safran's office or Gunn's office, do you have a presentation that makes it worth it and reasonable to go forward with? And it better be good. Not a fanboy presentation, a real presentation for the people who are actually going to be paying for this to take that wallet out and lay it on the table.
Well, can I ask you this? What about all the multiple cuts of Blade Runner? Did Ridley Scott or whoever had to present to the studio of why these multiple cuts should be released and why not?
There's a huge difference there. There was a demand. Remember, after Blade Runner bombed in 1982, which I can't believe you savages didn't love that movie, but hey, after Blade Runner bombed in 1982, the demand for Blade Runner started to pick up after that. When HBO came around, there was all kinds of things. There were a lot of people who only got to see Blade Runner on VHS or one of them super giant discs. The demand was there for Blade Runner because of the cult following it developed. And it wasn't just a cult following, it was an international influencing hand in anime and cyberpunk. I mean, it defined cyberpunk. So you can't put the Ayer Cut on the same level as Blade Runner, an iconic, legendary movie that just by existing built its own momentum. And when Ridley Scott put that out, the problem with Ridley Scott is, as much as I love Ridley Scott's movies, he needs a producer, he needs an editor. Sometimes the things that were cut out of Ridley Scott's movies needed to stay cut out of Ridley Scott's movies. But you're talking about something that had a massive legendary demand and something that when it came out, it made money. There's really no financial reason for them to go back and revisit it at all. It's not like it failed. It's not like the version that they put out bombed. It made $678 million or $700 million.
But you just said it did bomb.
No, I'm talking about Suicide Squad. So a cut of a movie.
Okay, because you framed it in the context.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Blade Runner.
Blade Runner. Like I said, its demand was eclipses anything you could ever, compare to as far as like Ayer Cut, something like that. That was a different business decision. But you also, like I said, here's another difference. Blade Runner is not a cog in an entire universe. Like when you put these movies out, when you start making your presentation going forward, you're talking about an entire franchise, an entire universe that involves characters that are being used here going forward. Blade Runner, it was the same movie. It was just different endings, different things that they've added to it. And I've watched all 7 versions of Blade Runner. The heart of Blade Runner is still the same movie. The ending is different. There's some things that were added, of course. There's work print cuts, all that kind of stuff. But the heart of all 7 versions of Blade Runner is the same. So there's really, I understand what you're saying, but as somebody who worships Blade Runner, every cut I make, except for the ending where you determine whether he's a replicant or not, things like that, the heart of the movie is the same. Whereas a Suicide Squad, they totally changed the movie. So now you're talking about putting that back into the atmosphere, and you may not be there anymore. The guys who are running the show now are not time travelers for 2015, 2017. That doesn't have to mean, as much as I want certain aspects of it, that doesn't have to mean anything to them. And to be honest with you, once again, do I want to put them on a leash from 2015? Or do I want them to run free and give me some good stuff, and give me what's in their head? Because they're the storytellers. I am the consumer. That's how I feel about that. And if you get an Ayer Cut, great. But if you don't, understand it's more than like I said, just hashtagging it every other day. There's a little bit. There has to be more to it, reason-wise, in order for them to pull the trigger on it.
Yeah, and it gets really annoying because the Snyderites, that's not release. The Snyder Cut was really annoying, but at least it had a good payoff. Like there's a reason why, and I get that. But when you give them an inch, they're gonna want a mile. Then you get all this shit. And it drives me insane. I've had to mute Snyder Cut from my Twitter thing because I'm sick and tired of this garbage.
Look, that's all opinion. I mean, and look, people who weren't as passionate about it as others, I mean, that's their thing. I mean, look, there's a lot of people who didn't even know anything about the Snyder Cut movement. You know what I mean? Like they didn't understand it. They didn't know whatever. And they thought that there was people just being, whatever, arrogant or, whatever.
No. Let me clarify. The only time that it bothered me was when we're talking about like the Mandalorian or something, and Ryan Kennel, I'm clicking on his. I want to know what his thoughts are, and then we're talking about the Snyder Cut for some reason.
Well, Ryan Kennel's just a douche nozzle anyway.
Ryan Kinsell.
Yeah, I want to know his opinions about the Mandalorian, and that's the crowd I hang around. I don't really want to get into a discussion about it.
Ryan Kennel, though, proved to me that he doesn't know squat about Star Wars either. He thinks he knows something about everything, but when he sat there talking about how just about history and all this stuff, and then literally they started giving him that same history in the movies, and he was still complaining about it. I don't know. He lost my vote. Anyways, that's a whole other story.
Though. Yeah. Okay. Let's.
Fourth 1,000 here with a $5 super chat. Thank you. Fourth 1,000 says, I feel it's too late for a 10-year plan. Marvel movies now drop 60 to 70% second week, and their fan base feels like it's moving on. DC came too late. Well, no, it's interesting that you bring that up because there was recently a study done, and I wish I had it. If somebody has it, you could send it to me. With Marvel, it is starting to get that way because the universe is so big now. People are starting to feel that fatigue, and they're feeling that burnout. The study showed that the survey showed that people are interested in DC. they're interested more in solo outings than they are a bigger universe, surprisingly, with DC, because they don't care about the bigger scope of DC. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of people don't even know some of the characters that are out there. It's like feeding somebody a Justice League Unlimited, cartoon, where it's like people don't know who these characters are, and those aren't the popular ones, right? And so they've already gone through that with Marvel now, where they've been exposed to characters that they didn't know, until now. But at the same time, with Marvel, the love affair has worn off, but people are wanting some. The people are still interested in comic book movies. But they want good movies and they want good content. And I don't think it's too late for a 10-year plan. I think it's the right time for a 10-year plan, because I think that it's got to be reined in, and they got to know where they're going. And they've never had that. They've just never had that. Warner Brothers has never committed to, even when Snyder had a plan. Warner Brothers wouldn't commit to the plan. Like, they wouldn't. That's my one biggest concern about any 10-year plan or whatever that they have, is that, say James Gunn and Peter Safran puts something together that looks great on paper. First couple movies come out, maybe they don't do as well as they. I mean, look at Black Adam. People are trying to call Black Adam a complete failure and whatnot, And I mean, it just crossed over whatever Shazam made or whatever. And look, I get it. People are looking at the big numbers, right? They want the $1 billion number, and that's just not how movies should be judged.
Yeah, because it becomes all about quantity over quality.
Exactly. And it's just gotten ridiculous. It's gotten out of hand, man. When you're hearing about movies like Avatar, like we talked about earlier, that's got to make, whatever it needs to make back to, even break even. And we're hearing about, like, the next Fast and the Furious movie, that it's like over $300 million already. It just.
You know what, though? It's fun. These conversations are fun, but I always want to remind people is that wins and losses are not determined by Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, or YouTubers.
Exactly.
When somebody says Black Adam's a failure, they're saying it from where we're sitting at right in our keyboard. They don't know what the parameters were. They don't know what the scopes were. They don't know where that ad budget money came from. They're saying it needed to make this and this to make the break even. And I always tell people, the window, the glass window that separates that corporate office from the general public is an equalizer for all of us, because none of us were in that room. None of us were the accountant in that room. The success or failure for what you would have to know what someone's goals are to say something is a failure.
No,
so I hear a lot of people on YouTube, a lot of people in our circles want to tell me how much Black Adam was a failure, but you don't know what the goals were. Now, it's okay to guess from the small screen and voice your opinion. That's cool, but when it's, I always, my first determinant is like, where is this based on? Where is your opinion about these things based on? If it's an opinion, that's cool. But Black Adam was a bomb. I'm like, you don't know where that money came from. You don't know how much of that money was written off. Remember, all debt was assumed when the purchase of Warner Brothers came in, so a lot of debts were paid. And you don't know what the goal was as far as getting the conversation going about DC films in general. And you know what? When Cavill popped up on that screen, and then I hear people say, well, Cavill didn't mean anything for this, and then that, the movie's still eliminate that. I'm like, first of all, that wasn't the expectation. You cannot come into a situation, and comparing it to Black Panther, I literally muted people when they said that. I'm like, that's ignorant. You're comparing a machine that has 30 movies behind it, and that has one predecessor to it.
Exactly.
That's giving that momentum. I don't care who you are.
That's barely recognized as being connected.
Yeah.
Let's be honest.
It's
because people don't know a lot about Shazam, and they don't know that it's
Yeah, most people don't even know who Shazam is, and that's the people I brought into a big auditorium.
I watched that movie twice, and I barely remember the third act.
Yeah. So
same here.
When you're saying that something is a failure, or that The Rock, star power is not there anymore, I don't know. When you've mismanaged things to the point where your main guy was off the screen for 5 years, when the only things that you've had come out are obscure characters, whether you love Suicide Squad or or Peacemaker or not, the general public doesn't know who that is. So you can't expect them to shell out their money, especially if they got a family, for what you're giving them, even if it's the first step. It's not, it's just like I said, the goalposts are being determined by people who, in my opinion, are not qualified.
and also Black Adam didn't get that Chinese release. That affected it. I mean, anybody who says it didn't affect it, it did affect it. I mean,
no, it's $100 million left on the table. But here's the thing: what have I always said about the biggest obstacle Black Adam and Shazam had? Is that there were Black Adam and Shazam.
Yeah.
I had, like I said, I wear this shirt in a lot of different places, and I always told people, what's the first thing that people walk up to me and ask and tell me? That's an awesome Flash shirt.
Right.
Yeah, but can I ask you how come not a lot of people know who Deadpool was, but Deadpool still made a lot of money?
Are you compared to
like Black Adam and Shazam?
You're comparing.
Deadpool appeared at Wolverine, and he had his own video game.
No, Deadpool, and I can tell you this from somebody who sells that awful comic. Deadpool had a massive pop culture following going forward, but you also got to realize the way Fox did their movie.
Not to the general audience.
No,
I've had a lot of friends who are not into comics, and they thought Deadpool looked like Spider-Man.
But you also got to look at who made those movies, though. A major, one of the major top two wouldn't have made that movie. Just like Logan. If Fox doesn't make Logan doesn't get made. All right. If Fox doesn't make the type of X-Men movies that came out in 2000, those type of movies are never getting made because they're not getting made by Disney and they weren't getting made by Warner Brothers. So you got to realize the mentality that Fox had as far as taking in a risk on an obscure character. But here's the one thing about that. The expectation for Marvel when Deadpool was out was different than the expectation for whenever you say a DC film has come out. I've always told people
I'll push back on that Deadpool thing a little bit because I agree with Steven. By the way, Steven, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Says Enosh, it's cold and snowy in Michigan. Glad I stopped by. I'm glad you stopped by too, man. Yeah, Michigan has been freezing. I spent tonight at Top Golf down there at Auburn Hills with my son. No, dude, we had a blast, man. Me and my son.
No, that it was cold.
No, you know what? It wasn't because they got heaters, man. And so,
I love Top Golf.
Yeah, no, we had a great time. Me and Landon just spent some time together. We were supposed to go see Corrosion of Conformity, but the place where we were supposed to go see it, Landon couldn't get in, so it wasn't a big deal. But Steven, yeah, man, thank you for stopping by. But I agree with Steven because he also said Deadpool is not popular. Kind of asking the question. I will say this. I remember, I didn't know a lot about Deadpool, but I was aware of Deadpool. And I know a lot of other people were aware of Deadpool too, because his symbol was everywhere. There was a lot of Deadpool merchandise that was out there that people wore and people had, not even knowing really what it was. So when Ryan Reynolds attached himself to that character and they put that out, Ryan Reynolds kind of sold that in a lot of ways. And when people saw what it was a very well written movie. Let's be honest. It was funny. It appealed to a mass audience, right?
And it also had good marketing compared like Black Adam.
Yeah, and the thing was it was an adult thing that was funny, that poked fun almost at the comic genre, and there was a lot of in jokes. There was obviously the breaking the fourth wall stuff. So when people started to go see it, even the common people were just they were hearing about it, hey, this is a funny movie. Ryan Reynolds is really great in it. Where you have Shazam just does not have the
grit.
Yeah, it just didn't have that thing where I think Shazam is a great movie. I want to make very clear. I think Shazam is one of the better DC movies that's been made. But the thing is people had a problem with Zachary Levi. Zachary Levi, acting childish and stuff, and it's like, well, that's because they don't understand the character. He literally, I mean, in the comics he's a 10-year-old boy. In this he's a 14-year-old boy. You know, it's like,
I mean, it was mostly based off like the New 52. Like it's
yeah,
pretty much shot to shot. Like
yeah. But I mean, but the thing is, I mean, dude, like if you don't feel something that moment where he walks up to the door of his mom's apartment and gets rejected, I mean, like I don't even know what to tell you. But I think, but I heard a lot of complaints about it. You know, that like people didn't like the fact that it was like a kiddie movie and yet it had the seven deadly sins in it. You know, that were like these really gruesome monsters that were biting the heads off of people, that were throwing people out windows. Um, and so I think it suffered a little bit from tonally. When it was lighthearted, it was like super lighthearted, and when it was dark, it was pretty dark in places. You know.
Can I ask
But I loved
something
it. Yeah,
about
go
the
ahead.
mom angle in the movie?
Yeah.
Did
Okay,
it
someone
ever
take that.
explain how his mom got away from the law for not being arrested for child abandonment?
They couldn't find her.
Yeah, how?
It's easy not to be found in America.
What?
Yeah.
It's easy not to be found in America.
People abandon
And she could have gotten a new
children all the
identity
time.
and shit.
Yeah. People.
He had to
now
work
you
hard
don't
to
even
find
you
it.
don't have hold on. You don't even have to have a new identity. You realize most states have laws where like you can leave your child like at a fire station, or some of them have even adopted these there's drop off stations now in some places where you can bring a baby, you open a door on the outside of a you know, a crisis place, you place your baby inside there, you take a form that comes with it that talks about what it is, and it secures your child and your baby, your infant or whatever in this like little chamber thing, and then you press a button so that the workers inside know that that baby's there, and you can leave.
But that's just like one of my problems with the movie is like
But
that somehow
that's every day, dude. That's literally something that happens every day.
I just figured, you know, he might have remembered where their house address was, you know.
Right, he was.
And he could have just
like
gone.
a real.
I think she planned to hightail it. I think she had a plan. So
yeah,
But the
I think too in the movie it was pretty much shown that he was he was pretty young.
Yeah, well,
to know,
I don't think
to know
anyone
some of that stuff.
that
I mean,
age
you
would
know,
ever remember.
he was pretty young to know some of that stuff.
But God, to answer your question though, the expectations. I always try to tell people the expectations for DC. If you don't meet them from the outset, and if you're going to make a movie about DC, the general fan has an expectation about DC that does not require them to ever know who some of the characters are, but they know who Superman is. They know who Batman is. They know who Green Lantern is. They know who Aquaman is. And DC is going to always be perceived differently because that expectation is there before you even start from the concept. When Marvel started making their movies, the expectation was a lot different because there was nothing. There was nothing to really compare to. There was no expectation for Marvel movies. You had Spider-Man, and that's pretty much it as far as in X-Men, as far as that goes. But as far as the expectation goes, DC is always going to be held at a different standard because of the lineage that their characters have. And when you put a guy in a cape and a symbol on his chest, for the general public, it better be an S, or you're fighting an uphill battle. You know,
but also there's the first Venom made a lot of money too, which is surprising because I figure, you know, not a lot of people would know who Venom is, and if they did, it was from Spider-Man 3, which wasn't really well received too.
But they see that Marvel, even though it's a different company, that Marvel little flip logo still precedes it. And
I agree and also disagree with this super chat. Yes, normies feel. I'm sorry. Did you read it already?
No, I didn't read it yet. So fourth 1,000 here at a $5 super chat. Thank you, fourth 1,000. Don't forget, if you give a super chat, you do have access to the Magic 8 Ball, so you can put your Magic 8 Ball question afterwards and tell me what you want to ask the Magic 8 Ball for fun. Fourth 1,000 says, I feel people, normies, don't look at things as Marvel or DC. It's just superhero movies in general, the genre DC needs to only release A-list films. Before you hit that, Justin, I will hit that.
Okay, go
I
for it.
I disagree, man.
I know for a fact that this isn't true. Sorry for it. I love
Yeah,
you,
yeah.
man.
This I love you for it. I love you
Oh,
for it
that
again.
Bill Maher thing, William, just because you share
Yeah,
the
no,
same
no.
person.
I love you too, man. I love you too. But yeah,
I love that,
bro,
though. That's a good
people,
reference.
listen, man. People are priding themselves on trying to put down DC these days or act like DC is inferior. Um, and I've seen people. I mean, and like the normies are the worst because the normies don't know anything about the history, and the normies, don't know about how the fact that Marvel was not always on top. And Marvel didn't always have the upper hand,
They're about bankrupt in 2000, dude. They
Right.
were
I
at the edge
mean,
of
like
bankruptcy.
most of the movies that were going to be made by Marvel were either things like what we saw. Actually, I'm going to be giving away Captain America on Blu-ray, that god awful one from the 90s
The
here
Matt
pretty soon.
Challenger one.
What's that? Yeah, I mean,
No.
just cause it's a fun thing for people to have, a nostalgic thing. But
With
I'm
the
gonna be
rubber, he
giving.
has rubber ears, dude. On the
Yeah, I'm gonna be giving away a copy of that. But I mean, that was, that's what it was. What about that Fantastic Four movie, for God's sake? You know what I mean? Like, we all have joked about that and talked about. We did a watch party for that even here. And like, that's horrible. I mean, there's Spider-Man. Michael Jackson was going to play Spider-Man at one point because he wanted
And he
to.
was actually going to play Professor X, I
Yeah,
think.
he wanted to buy Marvel. Like, Michael Jackson wanted and almost bought Marvel just so he could play Spider-Man in a movie. You know, there was a
I
lot
had
of.
no idea. I had no clue about
I
this.
kid you not, man.
What? He already bought the Beatles catalog, and
dude, that's absolutely true story. And so
like,
the thing is, hold on.
I can believe that.
Yeah, no, that's a true story, dude. Michael Jackson wanted to play Spider-Man, and so he tried. He absolutely was going to try to buy Marvel as a whole.
He shouldn't have said that. He should have said that. He should have said, "I want to buy it because I want to distribute it and do, like, make creative decisions."
Dude, you can do searches right now. You can do searches right now
man.
for Michael Jackson as Spider-Man because people like got all kinds of crazy artwork about it. But
That
what I'm
is
saying is normies absolutely know the difference between Marvel and DC.
Yeah,
And
that brand loyalty is
there's always going to be there's always going to be those who don't. Okay, there's always going to be those who don't. But the thing is most people do know the difference, and at this point they're into Marvel just because it's an ongoing story that's been going on for like we talked about, like 30 movies, right? Almost. And people feel like they got this much investment, they want to see the next episode, basically. I mean, like, even if it's a TV show, they want to see, it's a Marvel thing, so it's got to be good, right? The thing is that over time, now, people have started to realize, oh, well,
So can I ask how did the Blade movies do?
Say that again.
How did the Blade movies do at the box office?
Well, they were pretty big because Wesley Snipes was a huge star.
And I don't think a lot of those were even looked like the normies.
No,
like, I'll be honest with you, as a kid,
movie.
I didn't realize that was a comic book, like that was a Marvel thing. I had no idea.
No one did.
No one people did. Just looked at it as the vampire movie.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it was. Now, here's the difference with Fourth Sin. I've actually said this before with them. Now, here's the thing. There's such a brand loyalty that is pretty much built into the DNA of the country when it comes to DC. I always say, and we've done this before, we've walked out with pictures of Marvel and DC characters, and people who have never picked up a comic book know who DC characters are. Now, even if they don't know the intricacy of DC's and Marvel, they know what those characters are associated to. So they can name all the characters within Batman's circle. Well, there you have it right there. There's a brand loyalty to DC. They may not know DC like us, but they know DC, and they know who DC is associated with. So there is that expectation that comes with it. They know more people knew who Batman's butler was than knew who 75% of the Marvel universe was at one time.
Well, Fourth 1000, I will also say this. He says I didn't say that they didn't know. I said that they view it all the same. I don't think that they view it all the same because I think that they view Marvel in a much more pleasant light, and I think that they're much more forgiving of Marvel than they are of DC. Like literally, we have seen some Marvel movies that are absolutely atrocious, like
Thor.
be defended.
All the Thor movies. I
All 4 Thor
completely
movies.
agree.
I don't think all Thor. I'm not there with you. I don't
I
think
like the first
all.
one.
I don't. Yeah. I don't. Yeah.
I like the first
Yeah.
and second one.
The second one has some moments, but yeah, the third and fourth one, I especially this last one, Love and Thunder, I didn't care for at all.
I didn't even bother to watch that. I famously walked out of Thor Ragnarok, the first movie that I actually didn't go and I would normally say Land of the Lost because I walked out of that to go see The Hangover, but that I don't think that counts, as walking out of the theater and going across the street to get some drinks, as opposed to finishing the movie.
Oh, I thought you meant you were going to watch The Hangover.
Oh, no. No, I watched Land of the Lost in the theater, and then I snuck into, but it was really a ploy because I was not 17. It was a ploy to go and watch The Hangover. You see what I mean? There's a difference there.
Yeah,
as opposed to just straight up walking out of the El Capitan in the 30-minute mark of Thor Ragnarok, and I was confused. I thought the humor wasn't landing. I was like, this is stupid. Like, fuck this movie. And I walked across the street and went to Cabo Wabo on Hollywood Boulevard, and I got like 4 shots of tequila. I'm like, fuck this. I'm not dealing with this.
I almost wanted to do that with the first Ant-Man, but I was on a date, so I didn't want to be rude,
Yeah.
Well, that's a different situation. At that point, you should just be like, "Hey, babe, fuck this movie. Let's just make out."
Oh, you're right. You're right, Anthony. They've done movies that are much worse than Suicide Squad, and
sure.
I like Suicide Squad, but okay. So real quick. Michelle here says, as Norwegian women, I'm guessing as a Norwegian woman, I was not impressed with any of the Thor movies. She goes on to say, I hated what they did with Thor and Loki. They misrepresented my gods. Well, let's just be clear though. What Norwegian people look at Thor and Loki as are not what's in the comic books at all. Though the characters of Thor and Loki in Marvel Comics are that in name only. So I get it, and I know it sounds like a what's the word I'm looking for here? It's not a cop out, but I get it. I get what you're saying, but they're not the same.
Well, no, there are some comics that do try to.
They try, but
do that, and they're actually the best ones.
Yeah. I mean, look, there's some similarities there. Obviously, they take little things here and there from the mythology of Thor, but for the most part, they don't. Also, Daniel, it's just telling
I think that was only with what do you call it? Ultimate Marvels stuff.
Okay.
Not the current timeline. Yeah.
I see you, Daniel, with your member chat for 4 months. Thank you, buddy. Thank you for being around. It says, I'll take the Captain America off your hands. We'll see when it comes up for sure. Right now, don't forget, guys, if you give a super chat, you're automatically in the running for this bad boy right here, which is Fast and the Furious 1-7 on Blu-ray, and it comes in this cool little rubber tire. And oops.
I thought that was a shopping cart wheel. I'm like, dude, I can get one of those here, man.
Nope.
Okay, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, it is kind of cool. All 7, the first 7 movies, and so there you go. So that can be yours if you give a super chat, if you join membership for as little as $2, or if you become a patron for as little as $1. So there you go. All right. Daniel Martin here with the $5 super chat says, I do feel general audiences aren't open to much exploration of Batman and Superman. People will push back and say the Batman, and I will say Nolan-esque. So I will address that. You're right. People have this weird obsession with Batman and Superman. Nolan, for a lot of people, was their quintessential Batman, even though it wasn't comic accurate in a lot of ways. Even the Joker. I love Heath Ledger's portrayal of the Joker, but his Joker.
You mean Joaquin?
No.
Oh, you said in Joker, so I was confused.
No, I didn't say in Joker. I said Heath Ledger's Joker. I said with Joker.
I'm sorry. I got it confused. My bad.
That's been good.
You see, this is the problem. We got so many so many movies with these characters. It's like,
yeah,
which one are we?
Right, exactly. But the thing is, like, even with Heath Ledger, I respect Heath Ledger's version of the Joker. I thought he did a great job. I love that as a version of the Joker. Right. I think Joaquin Phoenix did an interesting portrayal of a man who's probably not the Joker, but thinks he's the Joker. You know, I don't look at him as the Joker, but I will say this: the Batman and everything that are in the Nolan movies, that's not necessarily the Batman that's in the comics. It's a version, but for people who are the normies, right? That we talk about the normies, and not even just the normies. A lot of people who are like into the nerd stuff, they connected with it so much. Maybe that's what got them into it, right? And so they forever see Batman this way or the Joker this way. There's a lot of people who, man, they can't see the Joker any other way except for Heath Ledger. But if they read comic books, like you see that like the Joker's not like Heath Ledger in the comics, right?
No, definitely not.
You know, but that doesn't, but you can't say that because people act like you're, disrespecting Heath Ledger, which I am not, but that's what it is. And the same thing is true with Superman. Look, we've talked about many times, me and
that's why I always said that Heath Ledger plays a good antagonist, just not a good Joker.
There you go. And I'll take that. But like me and William have even talked about the Superman groups that we've been in and stuff like that. And even today somebody posted in a Superman group that I'm in, it's the same Superman group, Superman fans worldwide, that he was giving his interpretation of all the Superman movies from best to worst, right? Or not even best to worst, but just ordering them like, how he liked them.
Let me guess, he put Man of Steel. Well, the worst.
For this guy, Man of Steel was number one, right? He loved Man of Steel. And of course, there came this attack of Christopher Reeve fans who told him about how Henry Cavill was not Superman. He was not anywhere close to being Superman. And then, of course, like two down, like everybody started like listing their, version of, like all the Superman movies and stuff and all the movies Superman has been in, and numbering them. And this one guy starts giving his list, and he never mentions Man of Steel or BVS or Zack Snyder's Justice League. And what he ends up saying is, he says, I don't put DCEU Superman because that's not Superman. And it's this superiority thing that, like, it's a gatekeeping thing of saying, well, this is not Superman or this is not Batman, where a lot of these Marvel characters, let's be honest, either they were back in the 70s or whatever, or super cheesy and stuff that nobody remembers.
TV.
Right? Yeah, they were super cheesy or stuff that like literally nobody remembers, or some people want to forget because they were so bad. And everybody admits that they were bad. Even the nostalgic people admit that they were bad. But most of the Marvel stuff are characters that have never been on screen before. So what you're going to see is, I'm really interested to see the X-Men, because once they recast Wolverine,
oh, that's going to be epic. Those diaper shitting sessions are going to be like monumental, dude.
Dude, people are going to be pissed. It doesn't matter who they get, man. Somebody's going to be pissed about whoever they get to be.
Well, the MCU fans are going to praise it no matter what, and then they're just going to say, "Oh, Hugh Jackman was never actually Wolverine."
Because it was fun.
That'll be unfortunate, It's, the thing is I keep trying to tell people, and I don't understand why we can't do this, but it's like, enjoy every aspect, Enjoy the aspects of Christopher Reeve. I do. But also in the same,
saw him in the theater.
In the same token, enjoy Henry Cavill.
Which is funny because
I enjoy Gerard Christopher as Superboy, and John what's his name? John Newton. as Superboy, and I enjoy Dean Cain, and I enjoy like literally they had a whole day's worth of conversation of whether or not Dean Cain should even be considered Superman because people don't like his politics.
I actually prefer
Really?
Dean Cain over the guy in the Superman and Lois right now.
Heck yeah, I do too.
But the thing is, these
Lois and Clark was
Christopher
better
Reeves
written.
fanboys, they probably didn't even go out and see Superman 3 and 4. Otherwise, why did those movies bomb at the box office?
Well, it's also younger fans as well, like myself. The first time that I saw Superman ever, on any television screen, I mean, not the big screen. The big screen would be Superman Returns, and I loved the John Williams score, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, this is amazing!" And I had never seen more proud grandparents when they said, "Hey, these Superman movies, these were really good." When we were, raising, your mom, and I said, "Are you kidding me? Like these are older movies." How am I going to connect with that after the Star Wars movies? And how amazing they were. I was wrong. And I was captivated, so captivated by especially that first Superman movie. And I really thought that was my Superman. And I would forever, as like a little kid, watching that,
You mean stuff like,
Ooh, here's the best part. See, they think they're taking Superman's powers, but he reversed that shit and took their powers. He flipped it and dipped
Oh my God.
No. I loved every aspect of it. But
Speaking of gatekeeping, have you heard of the channel called Professor Geek or Fan Man? These are like basically Christopher Reeve's Superman fanboys.
Yeah.
They basically said if you like Henry Cavill as Superman, you're not a real Superman fan. And I'm like, well, how can that be if I like Christopher Reeves also? I'm like, and then they just automatically shut up,
Did you know in Shazam, Superman only appears from the neck down? This is because there wasn't enough money in the budget to digitally remove his mustache.
Oh, okay. But Enosh, I gotta go. So thanks for having me on again. And it's always good to. I love coming here to talk nerdy stuff with you. And
good seeing you, buddy.
Yeah, so hope to come on next time or something. But
for sure, bro.
Yeah. All right.
Sure.
See you guys.
All right, man. You have a good night.
You too.
Yeah, no, Film Goblin, that to me is so frustrating because I don't know why it is that we're in this position where we're going to tell people whether or not they're a true fan of something or not. Like who are we to tell people that like you're not a real Star Wars fan, or you're not a real Superman fan, or you're not a real, I mean, that's just dumb. And like you said, like I love Christopher Reeve. I think Christopher Reeve was awesome for the time that he was in. But like every time somebody comes at me and they're like, that's exactly what we need. We need Superman to be doing exactly what he was doing in that movie. No, we don't. They tried it. It was called Superman Returns and it sucked.
Yeah.
I liked it when I was 10 or 11.
Nobody went and saw it.
But
I did. When that movie came out, I was in middle school, and I was the only person in my group of friends that liked it, and I got teased for liking it. So I saw
it 5 times in the theater, and every time I tried to like it, and it just it's got moments.
Yeah, but as I got older, I realized it's got moments, but it's like, what's his name, Brandon Routh, as I think he played a good Superman minus the stalking Lois parts, Yeah.
He was
underserved. Clark Kent, it was just too much gimmicky stuff. You know what I mean?
Well, he doesn't do anything in the movie. That's the problem. Superman, it's not just that he doesn't fight anything. It's that it's that you can't, it's just that fundamentally they mess up Superman in that movie. You cannot root for Superman to get with Lois, because if Superman gets with Lois, it breaks up an entire family. A family
Yeah.
that thinks that it's a family, but it's really Superman's family. So at the same time, they're trying to create this weird tension, but at the same time, they create something that cannot be resolved. Because the only way to resolve it is Superman comes in and basically tells Lois, "Hey, baby, I'm here, and let's get this thing going. We got a son, ditch Richard," which would be great if Richard was a jerk, but he's not. Richard is a really nice guy. Richard White is a really stand-up guy. He is literally a stand-in for Superman. He saves people. Yeah, he saves
But then
people.
It wouldn't make sense if he was a jerk. Then Lois wouldn't have been gone and involved with him to begin with.
Right. Well, you know what? She might have, because she might have like fallen for, some guy, who like she thought was going to be, a good guy or whatever, and maybe in the end you find out that he's a jerk, or he's got like a secret agenda, right? Like, like something like that. But again, if you do that, that's gimmicky, because then you got this guy who's just kind of using Lois, and that's not, good. But then because he's a good guy, he either has to die for Superman and Lois to get together, for Superman to be a dad to his own son, or Superman has to basically come in and basically put him in his place and and take.
I think that's what they were going to do in the sequel, where he would have sacrificed himself.
Yeah. I mean, like he almost sacrifices himself just to go back and save Superman. Superman does very little as far as like Superman stuff, like, and even the Superman stuff that he does doesn't make really a lot of sense. He's around a little bit of kryptonite, and yet he gets so when he's around a little bit of kryptonite, he gets his butt handed to him and beat up by 3 guys and Lex Luthor, and literally and stabbed and can't fight back at all. But somehow he can fly up and get kind of charged a little bit by the sun, and then come straight down and lift a continent of kryptonite and throw it into space, which also doesn't make any sense because of like science. Like, you're talking a continent of kryptonite.
It would have broken apart.
It would have broken apart. Like you can't what? Like, you can't lift a landmass like that. Even if you're super strong, you can't lift a land. And somehow he does it. He throws it into space. There was no resolution with like when he went to the hospital. He crash lands right back in Metropolis. He goes to the hospital. They show him trying to save him. They can't save him. They can't get the needle in. That's cool, whatever. And then like she whispers to him that, Jason is his, basically.
Yeah, they were trying to do the Death of Superman storyline in that movie, and it just doesn't work.
Well, they don't even show him come back. We don't know how he came. Like, did he just wake up and he was okay?
Yeah.
He's just back.
Not to mention the suit just doesn't hold up.
No, the suit.
The suit looks awful.
I'm not a Trunks guy for when it comes to Superman.
It's just like,
I mean,
well,
you have to remember
though.
when I saw that in the theater. That's the last time I saw the movie. It was 15 or 16 years ago. So
but let me say this.
My
I say
memory
this every
might
time.
be a little faded. So
I say this every time because I have a lot of negative things to say about Superman Returns, and I talked to Brandon Routh about this when I met Brandon Routh. And
how is it that the suit from the Superman Lives and the J.J. Abrams Superman Flyby looks better than?
I don't know, but the thing is, I talked to Brandon about the stuff in the movie itself, and so as much as I find that there's just stuff that just does not work for me in the movie, it's ironic that Superman Returns has probably 2 of the most Superman things that I've ever seen in a movie, TV show, comic, anything, and that is one when. First of all, he's floating above Metropolis, just listening. They've tried to recreate that They tried to recreate that on Lois or Clark or Superman and Lois, the TV show, but it doesn't hold the same water as it did in Superman Returns, where he's hovering there, listening to everything, and then he hones in and he's like, there it is, and he goes. And then when he's flying with Lois, and he basically. They call back to that moment because he says, "What do you hear?" And she says, "Nothing." And he says, "I hear everything. I hear everyone." He says, "You wrote that the world doesn't need a Superman, yet I hear the voices cry out every day." for a savior. And I was like, dang, that is the most Superman thing that like could ever be said, man. But then he goes and like hangs out and like is all creepy and stuff, and he's using his X-ray vision and stuff to spy on the family, and he can't save anybody, and it's awkward and weird through like most of the movie. And so they just got it wrong, and like when you come to the outfit is so horrible. There was like versions with little S's all over it. I mean, there's S's on the boots, on the bottom of the boots. It's weird, man. And you talk about the trunks, but the trunks on that thing, man, are
I don't
like
like
a
how
Speedo.
the blue looks so bright, but the red looks like almost brown. It's just like
it was 80s
came
blue,
up with
man.
that.
That was what they were. That was what they were
But
going
Brandon
for.
Routh is awesome. I've met Brandon Routh. He's an awesome guy, fantastic guy, and I'll give you this.
Hi, everyone, in the Poindexter Lounge. I hope you enjoyed Legends of Tomorrow, and thanks for watching. Thank you.
Great guy. Great.
Yeah.
Boom.
I've hugged that man. That man came out from behind his booth when he saw me, because I went to his panel discussion and we talked about, he had just had a child, and I talked about the importance of Superman with dads and sons, and that was the one thing that I did get, like, even though they didn't really explore it yet in his movie, it was really cool to even think about and see, and he had felt the exact same way, and so
Well,
yeah,
it's just like, I don't know. It's sometimes, even like fans can just like make a like change the perception on actors too, where it's like, I feel like Henry Cavill all of a sudden now doesn't like what Snyder was doing just because he has these critics. When I'm like, but dude, I thought you did like it when you first signed on.
I think that's a misconception. I think people take what he said the wrong way. I don't see anything that Cavill said as being inconsistent with the road he was going on with the films that he was in. But we have to understand is that what happened with Bad Manager is that's what we were left with. Mm-hmm. We were left with a bridge that we never got to cross that would have gotten that character to where Cavill was talking about. But as he resumes this character 5 years later, that's probably what he wants. But if there hadn't been that gap, he would have already been there. I think he was on the same stage with Snyder. It's just that Snyder got stopped from fulfilling what he was talking about, which is unfortunate. But people took that as he wants a soft, cuddly, cheesy Superman.
Yeah.
Like, nah, I think he wants to be respected and taken seriously as Superman. And the only way you can do that is by making a Superman that fits in the time that you released the movie in.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. It seems like he doesn't defend BBS that much.
Doesn't have to. Listen, here's the thing.
I mean, he was there.
You don't have to defend BBS. BBS made $875 million in a butchered cut. BBS made even more money. Continues to make money on physical media to the point where I can't get one when they come out with special editions. So no one needs to defend BBS. You had to defend Zack Snyder's Justice League because we had to defend it into existence. But when it comes to BBS and Man of Steel, that math speaks for itself, and the people
discover
people
discover BVS every day. Like when they watch the Ultimate Edition, it's amazing to see how people light up.
But
and
I think
just like
I feel like people are not going to start appreciating those movies to the fullest until the comic book genre dies again. To the point where people are just like,
it's alive now.
I'm saying
wow.
No, but I'm saying the haters, they're not gonna appreciate it until the MCU goes away.
I disagree. I don't think so, because you don't make your movies for haters. Now, you can mismanage your franchise by listening to haters, and that's what the predecessors to these guys did. But whenever you make a comic book movie, period, you're always going to deal with divisiveness. And I always say you can tell the people who belong in business and the people who should be delivering newspapers, if you choose a side. If you're worthy of your spot as an executive, you don't worry about things being divisive. You choose the side that's handing you money. And that's what the previous guys couldn't do, and that's largely why they are gone. When you make $870 million, you refine things You know, if you didn't get to where you want to, you go forward with that. Bad management goes the other way.
Well, I always said, even if BVS made $1 billion, these haters are still going to make excuses saying, well, it should have made $2 billion. And they're just going to keep moving the goalposts.
Well, yeah. I mean, people have said that. People have said just because it had Batman and Superman in it, the BVS should have made $2 billion. And it's like, then you don't understand how this is good, because you're talking literally a new Batman, a Superman who had one movie. Like the DCEU, if you look at the DCEU was consistently making more money with each movie. The DCEU actually made more money than the MCU did in their first 5 films, you know, but nobody wants to acknowledge that. They always spin it around that it's like, well, it's Superman. He's the biggest thing ever. He should make all the money. And it's like, no, that's just not how the modern world works.
Like I said, each Christopher Reeves movies came out made less and less.
Yep.
And then
and I love Christopher Reeve, but let's be honest, Christopher Reeve didn't even like some of those Christopher Reeve movies, you know. So I mean, what do you? And
guess what? I like Superman 3 and 4.
Me too.
And I feel like I'm one of the very rare people who do.
We should have a watch party. You guys want to do the watch party? Nope. I did Superman 1 and 2, and we did both versions of 2. We did both the Donner cut and the regular cut, and I've
I'm down for that.
The regular cut was better.
Yes. Dude, I agree, William. I'm right there with you. The theatrical cut is so much better than the Donner cut.
Rest in peace, Richard Donner. But I'm sorry.
Right, exactly. But the thing is we actually, you know, it's funny because Integrity was here. It was an interesting story because we had people. We watched the regular cut. And people were like, well, I haven't seen the Donner cut. And I was like, well, I have the Donner cut, but I don't care for it as much. And they're like, you know, we should do another one where we watch it. And I said, well, you know what? We got the day. Let's go ahead and do it. So we did. And
I feel like the Donner cut would have been better if he actually finished making a whole movie.
Maybe. Yeah.
Like Snyder.
It's just the way there's inconsistencies in the Donner cut. There's stuff about the Donner cut that just doesn't make sense. Like the some of the discussions between characters doesn't make sense. It's missing pieces, and then it's just got stuff in there like for example, even the guy in the truck stop, right? So if Superman goes back in time at the end of that movie and undoes everything, so none of that stuff happened, that trucker is a victim of Superman being petty. And literally to that trucker, Superman walks in and beats the snot out of him, throws him into a pinball machine for no reason.
And yet, for some reason, the people hate on Man of Steel for him messing up the trucker's truck.
Right. But see, and you know, I'm glad we had this moment and this came back full circle, because I was going to talk about like Superman 3. I see people all the time talk about, like, even if they don't like Superman 3, they're like, well, but man, that fight between evil Superman and Clark is amazing. I loved seeing evil Superman. You had Superman drinking in a bar, flicking peanuts at bottles. And people will go, I love that, but I don't like Henry Cavill's Superman because he didn't smile enough. Miss me with that.
I know,
stuff,
shut
man.
up, Peter. And it's like Superman 2 does the most thing that Superman would never do, is give up his powers just so he can bang Lois.
Right. That is the most selfish thing. I swear to God. Like, and I love Superman 2. Superman 2 is probably one of my all-time favorite movies.
I do too.
Man. Like, I grew up with that film. Like, I loved that.
I saw that
so
in Man's Chinese Theater.
I love Superman 2.
At the
but
premiere?
let's be honest.
I probably would have done it for Kate Bosworth's Lois, but not Margot Kidder's, to be honest.
No, Kate Bosworth. No.
Hold on.
She was hot.
William,
I'll say that.
What's
Out
up?
of all the Lois Lanes, she was hot.
William,
man.
you were at the premiere. You were at the premiere.
Yes.
For Superman 2.
Yes, that was 2 premieres that I had seen at Man's Chinese Theater.
Dude, don't you realize William is ancient?
Yeah, I'm less than 2 years older than you, Nash. But hey, Superman 2 and Empire Strikes Back. I were the 2 premieres I saw there.
So okay,
You son of a
So fourth 1,000 with a $5 super chat. Fourth
no.
1,000
we'll get back
with
to
a $5 super chat says maybe Bloodsport shot the Brandon Routh version of Superman with a crypto bullet. I'd accept that. You got
If he can multiverse travel, then yeah.
Right.
Sure.
But yeah, I mean, there's a ton of things that don't make any sense in that Donner verse. I mean, from each movie, and honestly, I'll be dead honest with you. I feel like one of the best made movies. I know people don't like Richard Pryor in the movie, but my God, like from a standpoint of the special effects, me too. From the special effects point of view, it's got the best flying scenes because they used less of the little miniatures that they used in the first two movies that you can see at the Superman Museum, by the way, which I've been to. They have less of that, and they use more wire work in the real world, not behind a screen. Like in Superman 1 and 2, they shot it back to back, and there's more of him with a screen behind him, giving the appearance of flight. In
it's silly.
Superman 3,
it looks silly.
In Superman 3, he's actually like out in the real world, and they've just got him hooked up to wires, and they're flying him around, and it looks more in the real world, in a lived-in world. It's just,
Wait, does Superman in those movies, does he have telekinesis powers?
He's got all kinds of. He's got rebuilding the Great Wall of China vision. For God's sake. I mean, he literally looks at the Great Wall of China after Nuclear Man blew it up, and it just like looks at it, and it comes back together.
Did you like Supergirl?
No, the Helen Slater.
Oh, no.
Nah.
Oh, no. All right.
So Supergirl is a hard thing for me because Supergirl, she looked fantastic, right? I mean, her costume was spot on. She looked great. But that movie was awful. It was boring. It's long and drawn out. I remember looking for a DVD copy of it about 10 years ago when Tiffany and I first got married because she had never seen Supergirl. And I
have the alternative
bootleg.
That's the edition that I have too, is the Ultimate Edition. And we played that, and man, it felt like it was never going to end. I mean, it just felt like it was just going on.
Wasn't Faye Dunaway in that movie?
Faye Dunaway was in that movie. Peter O'Toole was in that movie.
Yes, Peter O'Toole.
That movie had an all-star cast.
Academy Award.
I like it for Christopher Reeves to show up in that, though, in the other cut.
Yeah, no, he doesn't show up. But my God, man, it's horrible. You got Peter O'Toole walking around with this spray bottle thing going, squat. Like, what? No, Christopher Reeve was not in it. He didn't shoot anything.
No, they cut it out.
No, he was not in it.
No, they shot scenes with him in Supergirl, but they cut it out. I have to look it up again, but
where's Integrity? Integrity, what do you got to say about that? Because I don't think that's right. I know that there's people who've tried to digitally put him back in. Yeah, no, Reeve
I think
was
that's
not
what it is, maybe.
No,
but...
he just confirmed it because Integrity's like all over those old movies, the Superman movies. No, he was not actually in it. There was like they tried to get him in it. They wanted him in it, but he was never actually. He never shot anything for it.
I wanted to ask a couple of questions for William. For you were at the premiere for Empire Strikes Back and Superman 2. For Superman 2, I'm just curious. Like, were you for both the premieres? Did you walk the red carpet or like?
No, there was no.
There?
No, from when I was very young, I was like 6, I think, on both occasions, if I can remember. All I knew is I thought we were just going to the movies. I had no concept of red carpet or any of that stuff. The old man told us we were going, in both occasions, we were going to see Superman. Which for me, Superman, I was just 6 years old. So, but I remember Mann's Chinese Theater, and I remember they came out because they had a different sound system that they came out and announced and gave us a warning about the sound system because it was super loud. I had never heard anything. I think it was 1980. I never heard a movie theater that loud before. And even at 6, I had seen several movies, and they told us and warned us because it felt like they had an orchestra there. I do remember that. I need to ask my dad about this. Did they have an orchestra? Because I never really asked him about it again. It felt like they had an orchestra there. But with Empire Strikes Back, it was just the same way, same thing. We lived in LA. We lived in Inglewood, and my dad worked at Loyola Marymount, and they would give the Air Force these really cool perks. And so that's how he got in. And yeah, I remember going to I don't remember any red carpet, but I think we went in. There was a different entrance for us to go into, but I don't remember seeing any stars or anything like that. But I do remember it was massive because it was a huge show. We got out and waited in this really, really super long line. And I remember going to Hollywood Walk of Fame, and somebody held our place, and then we got in. I mean, but those are the two movies, the only two movies I've ever seen at Man's Chinese Theater, by the way. And I lived in LA. I grew up in LA, but that's how, those memories are the coolest two memories I got, though, man.
And did you have any run-ins with anyone that you remember?
No, I was
Like
6,
from the
man.
movies?
I was 6.
Okay.
When was Superman 2 released? That was 1980. Was that 1980, Enos?
Yeah, it was.
Was it 1980 or 1981?
1980, I believe.
I know Superman 3 was 1983.
Yeah, because I know Empire was 1980, right? Empire was definitely
Empire was 1980. So I think Superman 2 might have been 81.
1980. No, 1980.
Was it?
Yeah,
Okay.
so
1980. I went. That was my only 2 times. I cannot believe that's my only 2 times ever going to Manchester. It's changed the name now. It's like Grumman's or something like that. But it's still the same though. It's still.
I drove by it a couple of years ago. Integrity brings up a couple of points about that. It says Reeve was angry about Superman 3. That was one of the issues that he had about Supergirl. But then also he brings up this point, which is a crazy thing to me. I cannot imagine. Richard Lester had to beg Christopher Reeve to do Superman 3, which is absolutely true. The producers almost replaced him with Tony Danza.
I remember that.
Seriously.
You brought that up
Reeve
before.
demanded rewrites and got it, so he jumped on at the 11th hour. Can you imagine? Can you just imagine Tony Danza as Superman?
No. I couldn't even imagine Nicolas Cage as Superman.
Hey, Angela. I mean, hey, Lois.
I don't think he would have brought the
Tommy
taxi.
was so
ridiculous.
I think actors have a lot more depth than that. It's funny because I was talking the other night is that when we ever sometimes brings up a name for a role, we always the only thing we always give them a benefit of the doubt of is what they've played before, but we don't realize that the essence of an actor is to literally become someone they are not. So
but have we seen that kind? Hold on, though. Have we? Okay. Have you watched Tony Danza's career? Because I'm just going to be straight up honest with you. I don't see much depth or change in Tony Danza's person.
Maybe we should show some examples.
Well, who's the boss and stuff like that. It's never been called on. He never really had to draw on anything like that. Like Heath Ledger. I laughed at the thought of Heath Ledger being Joker.
Yeah, me too. But
Brokeback Joker.
I'm just saying though, like, dude, like that dude, his whole career, Tony Danza has not done anything that has shed that persona.
Because nobody ever asked it of him, though. Nobody called him. What kind of movies has he been in that really required him to be other than what you saw?
But maybe that's because he didn't have the range to do it.
Nah, a lot of guys in the 80s get typecasted. That's the bad part.
But I think Christopher Reeve would have probably shined more if it had Donner doing all 3 movies. I don't know if you got the that comic book that came out recently of Superman 3.
Mm-hmm. Of Superman 3?
No, Superman 78.
Superman 78, where it was the original with Brainiac.
Yeah,
that was going to originally be Superman 3 if Donner had done it.
Yep. Would have been great.
And also Batman 89.
Yeah, the great
good
books. Well, guys, we are at the 4-hour, 5-minute mark. I gotta get up in a little while and go to my sister's, but I'm gonna get a couple hours sleep before I do that. But hey, this has been great coming back. Expect more shows from me this week because I'm home, and so I got 5 days here, and so we'll be doing some shows faux show. And I need to get back on it. So keep encouraging me to stay on it, guys, because when I know that you guys are looking forward to a show, like it gives me that little pep to go, okay, yeah, I'll stay up a little bit tonight, whatever. It's it's been a long haul lately, but we're still kicking and we're still doing some good stuff. So thank you to everyone who's on the panel tonight. Thank you to Film Goblin being here for the first time. It's good talking to you, man.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, bro.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it.
Thanks to Prime, thanks to RJ, thanks to Draga, thanks of course to Justin Proper, and thanks to William for popping in. It's always good to talk to William. Haven't talked to William in a while. It's always good talking nerd stuff. I mean, look, we cleaned house on a subject that we had to do it, and then we talked our nerd stuff, man. We had our good time. The fun nerd stuff at the Poindexter Lounge is not dead. It's not that we're just going after people. That's not the point. Just sometimes, you know what? You gotta take some inventory and you gotta, share something. And
As I said earlier, it's presenting speculation as fact as opposed to what it really is, speculation.
Well, my thing is I only speak. If anybody's been around the channel for any amount of time, you'll know I only speak out about things like this that have to do with people, personally, like calling this person out or that person out. I only do that when I feel very, very passionate about what is going on, and I feel that it's a very serious thing that we need to talk about, and that somebody needs. I don't just go looking for people to call out. I'm not that kind of channel. We're not.
Yeah,
that kind of channel.
not individuals, but
No.
as a collective.
Yeah, and I
in this particular moment.
Yeah, and so it's just what it is. We've done it
The
before with
pooper
others.
scooper wars.
What I agree. What I find comical a little bit about this situation is there's a lot of people who supported, who are in the chat, who have laughed, shared their own concerns and stuff over people like Doomcock and Geeks and Gamers even, and other people that have been.
Well, trust me, this has been going on for years.
Exactly.
Ever since before BVS came out, there were rumors of Adam Driver being Nightwing, and that was just complete BS.
Yeah, but the thing is what I'm saying is that it never ceases to amaze me how there's people who were in those chats during those episodes where we talked about the stuff during the show, our 2 cents on nonsense. Were very supportive, and look, I get it. If you like the person, it's hard for you to accept that maybe they're not telling you the truth. But maybe it's like James Gunn said. Maybe it's they're not telling the truth, and then maybe it's just the fact that they're getting bad information. I don't know. Either way,
or maybe Mikey's son's hacking into their phones.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
maybe. But either way, like I think they need to take inventory, and I think they need to think about what's really important, and and do the right thing. But there you go. But hey, then we had a great discussion. If I can, maybe we'll get one of these movies in this week and watch one of the Superman movies. I know
on Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I promised like last year or something like that when we did the other movies and stuff that I would do all the Superman movies. So I would like to do that, including.
Oh wait,
Man of Steel.
Which cut of Superman 1 do you watch?
We watched the 3 hour. Gosh, man.
The TV cut version? Or the special edition?
Yeah, I think it was the TV cut. It's the longest one we watched.
Yeah.
Because
is that a newer one?
A guy who does not like me anymore, who shall be unnamed, he sent it to me. He sent me the copy.
I didn't even know that until recently. There's a theatrical cut, there's a special edition, and a TV cut. It's just crazy.
There's a lot of cuts, yeah. But H Barts knows because we take this seriously. We take this genuinely seriously, right?
I was that available on that the 3 hour version of Superman 78. Was that available on that?
Is that on HBO Max now? Which version's on HBO Max?
I don't know.
Probably the.
I have it on Blu-ray, the combo pack.
Yeah, I had that case, and that silver case that came out with all the movies like a long time ago.
Oh, I got that. But that's not in there. That's not in there.
Oh, okay.
That version's not. That's a different version. No, this
I have
is
the 4K.
This is the version that literally has everything in it.
All of the Marlon Brando, everything.
Yes, all
the Marlon Brando cut. Okay.
The Superman, the Clark Kent reaching out for Marlon Brando like this, like, Daddy.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff there. You can see why they cut it out too.
Yeah.
I feel very uncomfortable with the little baby going like, "Daddy" to Marlon Brando. That makes me
2 hour 23-minute one's the one on HBO Max. So.
No. But yeah, no. So we'll get to it. Anyways, thank you all for being here tonight. Thank you all for watching. If you haven't already, please hit that like button. Also subscribe. All right. If you haven't subscribed, what are you waiting for? Subscribe. If maybe you went away, come on back. We still love you. And
we should also do for Batman Marathon too. If you
dude, Batman. Dude, you know, if I did Batman, you know, I would actually watch. I've got the old original Batman 89, or not Batman 89. Batman
66.
66. Like, yeah, I would watch that. I would watch.
Yeah, same here.
Oh, my dad was that was my first introduction to a live action Batman with Adam West. And like a shark like came up and tried to bite Batman, and it was like
he does bite Batman. He does bite Batman.
It was so weird.
He has to use the bat shark repellent. You got this one in here, Peter Rabbit's Defender, right at the last minute. He's got his 18-month super chat and says, Enosh, I miss you guys so much. Hoping everything is great. I'll give you a super chat sometime soon. Oh man, thank you. Appreciate you, dude. You're awesome, man. I'm also rooting for Saggy right now. She's the true warrior. I tell you what, she is. Gosh, man, she's doing the Lord's work right now. Let me tell you, she's. You know, that's a whole other story and a whole other bunch of nonsense that she's dealing with. But you know what? It's 100% true.
I'll go and say, Andy, like, Peter Rabbit, you are amazing, and I hope you're doing well, man.
Yeah, Peter Rabbit's Defender is awesome. He's a good guy.
Yeah, he really is, and you know, big hug for you.
Pretty fly for a Filipino guy, says it right. Sometimes you just can't get rid of a bomb.
I forgot about that.
Sometimes you just can't get rid of a bomb.
They integrated that into that Batman trailer. Those guys redid the Batman, and they added Adam West to the Batman. That was hilarious.
That was funny. That was funny. But I love Batman.
The Offspring should make a song about you.
I love Batman 89. I love Batman Returns. I love Batman Forever, actually. Batman and Robin is a hard watch.
So the third one was the height of it for me. I thought the third one was actually the best one.
Really? Batman and Robin?
Say the best one. Batman
Forever.
No, Batman Forever.
Batman Forever, and I watched that recently, and I misjudged it because when I was a kid, you know, I saw TV viewings of Batman and Robin and Batman Forever, and I got some of the elements confused. And I realized that Batman Forever was like self-aware and kind of like cheeky, and it was fun. You know, especially with Jim Carrey's like, oh, is this too over the top?
Tommy Lee Jones and that costume. I liked the costume that they used for Robin. It was before they went to that Nightwing looking thing. I love that costume.
That costume is fire for Robin.
It really is.
That first Robin costume is.
Remember the McDonald's cups?
Yes,
I have all of those at my store.
I just ran into one at a vintage place the other day.
Pick them up.
Somebody's trying to get $20 for it, and it's ridiculous.
That's a good price for it.
I've seen them much cheaper.
Get those too. Get those too.
I was also rewatching Batman Forever, and I could say it's actually not as boring as the new one, or not as boring as the Nolan films too.
See, the Nolan films lost me from the first 20 minutes, and then people think of the Nolan films as
like Batman Begins.
Yeah, that was one of the most boring superhero movies I've ever seen. But here's the thing.
I remember it being boring even as a little kid.
I like Batman Begins. I'll stand up for Batman Begins.
Well, that's one is my only favorite one of the Nolan films.
That franchise is a Heath Ledger away from making good money, but not.
Yeah, I agree.
Not what it ended up doing.
Plus, I didn't like the recasting of Rachel Dawes in the second movie either.
Yeah, no, neither did I.
Oh, with Maggie Gyllenhaal?
Yeah. I actually did like what's her name who played in the Batman Begins.
Yeah.
I was kind of disappointed that she didn't come back.
The third one for me falls very short. I don't like the ending.
Yeah, I don't like the third
movie.
one either.
And I realized too.
It made no sense.
Well, and I
it was
realized
like
too.
he was the guy from American Psycho again. Like I'm still alive, motherfucker.
Notice how in the third movie everyone's like wearing the same color clothes.
Yeah,
there's like very lazy.
But you know what? You know what I realized? You know what I realized about the third one? It taught me something that I didn't realize about myself. But I just don't like the No Man's Land storyline. I don't buy it at all.
It's not logical.
It's not logical at all.
It makes cops look dumb and weak too, by the way.
Well, it does, and the thing is, I don't believe that the country I don't believe the United States just goes, hey, there's some thugs in Gotham, you know, some mob people, and we're just, you know, like we're literally the people who've got SEAL Team 6 that went after Osama bin Laden, you know, in the worst possible areas, like surrounded by, you know,
in the heart of Pakistan, right down the street from the Pakistani military academy.
And you're gonna tell me that they wouldn't take out, you know, like Penguin, or they wouldn't take out, you know, whoever, man, you know, like even Bane. I don't care, man. You're gonna tell me there's nobody with a gun who wouldn't shoot him in the back of that bald head? Bull crap.
Well, it's the same thing with Joker. Like nobody could take down Joker in the second movie. It's just
and the nuclear weapon that they used, and it was above ground. They knew what the nuclear weapon is. Uncle Sam would have just hit that entire city with a magnetic pulse, and everything would have been out, and they would have just rolled in there and taken it. But you know, it's Hollywood, so
I know. I hate
it. I did not like the Nolan trilogy in general.
Well, and then you know when I noticed it was when I was watching Gotham, because Gotham had a tendency to. Everything it got wrong, it got absolutely wrong, like in every possible way, and didn't leave any room for like anything. But then it got a lot of stuff right too. And when it got something right, man, it nailed it, and it was awesome. But I will just say this: when they did the last season as the No Man Land storyline, I was so pissed. I was so upset. And they did it 12 episodes, and then they did that weird time jump thing for the last episode, which just ticked me off even more, because those 12 episodes were worthless. They were pointless to the story. They didn't make any sense whatsoever.
I didn't bother checking that show out. I felt like they were trying to mimic Smallville.
That show, Gotham, is such a weird show, dude, because like seriously, the things that it gets right, it's like so right. And I mean they're Robin Lord Taylor's Penguin, fantastic. Met that guy, one of the sweetest guys you'll ever meet in your life. The guy who plays the Riddler, oh my gosh, to me it's the best Riddler ever. The Batman be damned. I love the Riddler in Gotham, but then they've got people like, you know, this, you know, what's his name, Jeremiah or whatever, that was not the Joker, but he's the pseudo Joker. But they even cut his face off. He looked like Joker. He acted like Joker. He was a young kid, about, you know, maybe, you know, same age, a little bit older than Bruce Wayne, but he was right there along there. And then the fact is they killed him off. Sorry, spoilers for a, you know, 10-year-old, you know, show, but they kill him off. And then they bring in his twin brother, who's never been in the show at all. And now they say that like Jeremiah poisoned him with Joker gas, and so now he's the Joker. Shut up with that nonsense. And the thing is, it's the same guy. It's all the same guy. It's the guy who plays Cal Kestis in the Star Wars games. But it's just so awful. Like, he plays him completely different. It just did nothing but tick me off, man. But of course, then they've got Alfred, and Alfred is absolutely fantastic. Yeah, you know, he's everything he should be. You know, the Catwoman, the girl who plays Catwoman.
I just don't like a grounded Batman. It's the same thing how I don't like an over fantastical Superman. I like a fantastical Superman in a grounded world, and I like a realistic Batman in a fantastical world.
That was Man of Steel. That was literally Man of Steel.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I like Man of Steel.
I like that. I agree with you right there.
Good stuff. All right. Well, hey guys, I'm gonna go to bed. Love y'all. Thank you for being here. Like I always say, don't let anybody tell you that your fandom doesn't matter, and don't tell anybody that their fandom doesn't matter. But seek to have good conversations, and treat each other with some respect. All right, and be good to each other. And you know what? Stay nerdy. Whatever you do, stay nerdy. Don't let anybody take.
Don't yawn at that.
No, I'm
Come
not.
on, that was an important point, and you ruined it.
Hours.
Don't let anybody take the nerd out of you, okay? Especially this old dude right here, because he'll definitely
the slightly younger dude to the left.
Like, yawn.
You're an ass.
Just saying. All right, guys, love you all. I leave you with this.
I think I'm going to eat a taco.
I thought you were going to end with, I think.
No. I was trying to leave with this, but I got two of the same guy.
I hate the word content. When people say they're putting out content, it means they're putting out garbage filler material because they have nothing to say. With that being said, I have now completed my content for the day.
So there you go. My content is done for the day. Stay true, stay good, and you know what? If you do all those things,
peace out.
There'll always be a place in the Poindexter Lounge for you. Until next time, bye-bye.